Hey, hello, hello. Oh, look what I went and did. Well, look what I went and did not did, or something like that. Yay, let's get that over there. Now we're talking. Okay, this is indeed the open chat. I am indeed the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion, and playing with the pitch spinner over there is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful
The
Kate.
slightly dark on the left-hand side.
Yeah. Bionic Dance Kate Farr. Hello, my dear. How are you? How are you?
I'm alright, I suppose. I spent most of the day bored watching stuff I've watched 1,000 times before and making a playlist specifically for driving. It's mostly 80s hair metal. But other than that, I got me some Red Bull and I actually did hook up my old computer, my old work machine, and got some work done on a project I meant to finish before I came back to Vermont from San Diego. So that's good. And it also means I can start working again on Quinn Redshift. So,
Oh boy.
yes. For those of you who don't know, and why don't you, Quinn Redshift is an animated project I've been working on forever.
Yeah.
There's a trailer out on my channel, and it's kind of like 20 minutes long right now, and we'll see how much longer it gets. Probably not much more than 5 minutes.
U-Haul?
What?
You said there's a trailer. No, huh?
Okay, here's the deal. You're not a dad, so you can't make dad jokes.
Okay, okay.
My dad makes the worst dad jokes. You have no idea. Like if you think, oh, there's apparently echo. Put on your headphones.
Oh yeah,
But
okay, we can do that.
like I probably inherited my sense of humor a little bit from. I mean, I'm adopted, of course, but still, I was raised by him, and my sense of humor, such as it is, was probably at least influenced by his.
Yeah, there's that whole nurture thing as well as the nature thing. So,
I mean, I've been called queen of the dad jokes more than once
oh my.
by people who like me. Imagine.
Oh no. I just can't imagine there's people who like you.
I don't get it either.
Oh my. Okay, what do we have here?
I don't know, what do we have?
Okay, it's not moved over yet. Let's go over here to the
But
settings.
nobody can hear us except for you.
There we go. Maybe that'll fix the echo a little bit. How do you fix something a little bit? I don't know. Anyway, along with the one, the only, we also have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Mage Grey Wolf. Hello, honey. How are
Hey.
you?
Doing okay. I just did some work on a video and been messing around with Steam.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. I don't know. We're gonna have to get the group of people together and actually play a game.
Yeah, I'll have to get around to getting that V Rising.
Yeah, I bought that. I haven't played with it yet.
What is that? I don't know it.
It's a vampire game.
Oh.
Sort of a survival thing.
Oh, the one that Kitty was talking about last
Yes,
time.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Not so much into vampires. I burned out on them in the 90s the way I burned out on superheroes recently. It's just it was too much. It was oversaturation.
Okay, okay. Oh my. I just haven't been able to do much of anything lately because I'm spending all my time flat on my back in bed because it. Well, at least when I'm on my back in bed, it doesn't hurt as much as usual.
Okay.
The problem with that is you don't get much done.
Mm.
Well, that is probably true. But what would you get done?
I really need to clean this place.
I got a little bit of cleaning done yesterday. That was really planning on doing, but was needed.
Okay. Yeah, because I'll tell you, it's horrible in here. You would not want to see what it looks like.
Same here.
Yeah. I've been like ever since I moved into my new place, I was like, you know what? I'm not letting what happened to my old place happen to this one. So I've been pretty vigilant about cleaning.
Well, let's see how she looks in November.
Well,
Mm.
I mean, the thing is that like every room has a garbage can that has one of the steppy things. That was one of the problems with the old place is like I just like didn't have anywhere to put things like garbage if I was in certain rooms. And so I just sort of leave crap all over the desk, and it was just like grody and all of that.
Okay, yeah,
Plus, I was maybe less than vigilant at cleaning the kitchen, so,
yeah,
that
yeah.
got a bit icky. I've been sort of erring on the other side, overcorrecting just a smidge, but that's probably for the best.
Okay, okay, as long as it
Uh,
works.
my problem with my kitchen is I've got 2 kitchens worth of stuff packed into a kitchen that's basically an afterthought.
Hmm.
Oh my, yeah, I
So I
remember
basically
that.
need to pull everything out of there, go through what I want to get rid of, and rearrange everything.
I'm
Oh
really
my.
loving my new air fryer. It cooks up a frozen pizza in like 5 minutes after preheat.
Fried air. I'm trying to think of how
An
that
air
tastes.
fryer, not fried air, an air fryer. It fries using air.
Moo.
You were trying to be funny. I won't let you because it wasn't funny.
No. Oh
Hmm. Hold
my.
on, I'm trying to remember. There was like something, not the Spaceballs thing where they had Perrier, but there was something like a diet air or an air diet and something where there's all these emaciated people thinking they can eat air. I forget what that was.
Oh,
I don't know if it was a TV show or a comic or what, but it was something.
breatharians.
I know that, yeah, I was going
Hmm.
to say the breatharians that claim they can eat air and nothing else.
It just sounds like an excuse for anorexia.
Yeah, really.
I don't know. Personally, I'd rather eat what I like, drink what I like, and then exercise it all off in the VR room.
I wish I could do the exercising it off.
Although I do have a bicycle and rollerblades. I mean, I had rollerblades before. The bicycle is new.
You use that very much now?
No, I haven't had it for very long.
Well, I mean, using it once since you bought it or using it every hour and a half.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, yeah, once since I bought it, but like I said, I haven't had it for very long. And the last time I went out to like a bike path, I was on the blades. So,
okay.
yeah, it's an electric bike. It gives you all kinds of assistance. Like if you're going up a hill and you haven't ridden a bicycle in a very long time and your thighs are bitching at you, you can actually crank it like a motorcycle and the electric motor kicks in and gets you up that hill.
Oh my, does that actually get you anywhere useful?
What do you mean?
In other words, is that electric assist actually useful, or is it just something that's there to get you to spend more money?
Oh, it's useful.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. It's not going to, like, the battery's not going to last very long if all you do is use that. But, like, it has a control where you can set a certain amount of assistance so that as you're pedaling, it will just add a little extra boost. Or you can turn that off completely and just, like a motorcycle when you feel like you need it.
Okay, because I've been thinking of buying an electric bike. Um, I just don't know if it would be a waste of a heck of a lot of money.
Well, they're expensive, it's true, but I mean, assuming you want to use it as a way of like, I mean, you still got to pedal.
Oh
You
yeah,
really,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
but I mean, if you feel like you're that out of shape, or you really are going up a lot of really steep grade hills, yeah, it's useful.
Yeah, the hills around here are such that I really, really need help with them.
Mm-hmm. Well, this will do that. Although I've noticed this weird quirk where if you crank the assistance up pretty high, and then you use it like you're pedaling, but then you decide to like coast for a bit, it breaks. Like the more that you have the assist up, the more it will slow you down after you stop pedaling. It's a pain in the ass. I'm like, no,
Hmm.
I don't want that. I want to get up to speed and then keep going that speed and only have inertia slow me down, not the fucking bike itself.
Okay.
But if you leave the assist off and use like the throttle, on the handlebars, then it will, let you coast.
Okay. Because with an electric bicycle, I could conceivably go from here to dialysis in the summers anyway, and have a nice ride of it.
Well, unlike the car, which is a hybrid, it doesn't have the regenerative braking, so it doesn't recharge the battery as you're going. The car, you hit the brakes, and it will use some of the friction from the brakes and all of that to recharge the battery.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's something I wouldn't mind is a an electric bike that actually charged the battery as you were doing the pedaling yourself.
Uh, I don't think it does that,
Okay.
but like you will eventually have to plug the bastard in.
Okay.
So yeah. It's funny because the car I have is technically a family car. Like when my parents are in town, they can use it too, kind of thing. And so my dad was a little bit like, yeah, run any bumper stickers by me first.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man, that's just not fair.
Aww.
Yeah, I wanted to take, like, you remember I made that case that's supposed to look like the uranium case from Back to the Future? I still
Mm-hmm.
have some radiation stickers, like radioactive warning stickers. I wanted to put one on the bumper, and my dad was like, "No, I'm not driving a car that claims to be radioactive. No."
Aw, no fun.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Beck's here. Hey, Beck.
Hey, Beck. How you doing, sweetness?
I generally don't like putting bumper stickers on my car. If I get tired of it, it's going to be a pain to get off.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm pretty sure my Orville and Roxette fandoms are unlikely to wane. So, I did get the okay for any of those, just not the radiation sticker.
Yeah. Oh, here's an interesting electric bicycle.
Yeah. Man, I really haven't done a lot that's interesting. I already mentioned, like yesterday, I went to see the Top Gun sequel finally. That was a good sequel, which is rare, a sequel that like came out decades after the original is usually shite, but it was pretty good. Other than that, like what the hell have I done? I don't know. I mean, mostly like while I'm still getting this place in order, if there's ever a time where I have like nothing to do, I'll either maybe go out for a drive to find some of those like places that I have vague memories of, or I just sit here and play Fallout 4 while watching The Big Bang Theory or something.
I don't
Especially now
know.
that the Orville's over, or at least this season is. Better renew that. Just saying,
Yeah,
better renew the goddamn Orville.
I'll be rewatching the Orville at least one more time here.
Although I'm on an episode that's really like difficult to watch. It actually makes me uncomfortable. It's the one where they have the badges, where you get voted up or down. That is a hard episode to watch. It's just like,
Oh
because I would
my.
not want to live like that. It would be very tense.
Yeah, I hear China actually implemented something like that.
Well, and the thing is, like if you're autistic, and don't have a lot of social skills, I guess. A lot of, like a lot of your internal axioms are just off, and they tend to be well off-putting. It's pretty likely you'll find yourself on the business end of one of those things. And I'm like, yeah,
You got the guy complaining about culturally appropriating his hat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What?
You'd have to watch it.
Okay.
It was kind of a legit complaint, but also one that sticks in my craw a little. Where like someone was one of the crew of the Orville, while they're I guess infiltrating this society to study it, was wearing a hat that's based on like a region or a religion or something that is apparently like if you're wearing that, people get pissy. It'd be like if, I don't know, someone who wasn't Jewish was walking around in a yarmulke kind of thing. People might get a little snarky about it.
Where
And
people have gotten complained about white people having afros.
mm, I mean, if your hair is that kind of curly, what you gonna do? I mean, Jewfro is a thing. Believe me, I know. So, I mean, hell, one half of my family's Jewish. And according to, I mean, I'm adopted, but according to 23andMe, I'm like 33% Ashkenazi. Believe me, if I didn't take a flat iron to these locks, I'd look like Weird Al circa 1987.
Carrot top with
Oh,
less red.
Well, there was a time in high school when I would just mow it all off. I was just so sick of it. Kind of a mistake, but still. Full on
oh,
Sinead O'Connor. What are you gonna do?
oh, jeez.
It was
Well,
the 90s.
well, just don't go Muslim, okay?
Huh?
Huh?
Didn't Sinead
Oh,
O'Connor
I
go?
don't know. I'm just thinking about the head fur.
Yeah, yeah. She's
Yeah.
a strange girl.
Eh, I like whatever that song was, a zombie, I think it was, that she got so famous for. I hated it. Hated it. But then there was like some other song that she did where I was like, that's pretty good. I don't know. There's a lot of artists like that. I mean, the Eurythmics cannot stand Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. Natalie Imbruglia, what was that one song? Torn? No, different song. What was the one she did that was really fucking dreary?
I have no idea.
Well, whatever. I mean, I
I
know
mean,
there's like a bunch of artists where they came up with a song and then the producers fucked with it in a way that changed the mood entirely. Like with Hanson, I understand Bop was supposed to be like a depressing ballad, and it got turned into this bouncy pop thing. And Nirvana, like Smells Like Teen Spirit, was apparently not supposed to be quite so loud and crunchy, but the producers fucked with it.
all right then.
What you gonna do?
I mean, if I'm gonna go through all the trouble of writing a song, I don't know if I want anybody fucking with it.
Well, sometimes it's unavoidable. I mean, it's like, if you want to have your work published, you kind of got to sign away your soul sometimes. That's why YouTube is so great. You can put your stuff out there and it's all yours.
Yeah. Well, that's
For now.
that's what I like about the trend now toward you can do stuff yourself. You can do it independently. I mean, I know a couple of independent um, musical artists, and they love every bit of it. I mean, they can do whatever they want and do it their way and everything. And it sounds like so much better than having to deal with RCA or whatever.
The only question is, do you have the materials? Do you have the studio? Do you have the studio time? Do you have the money? Are your resources there?
Well, as far as these two kids go, they don't need very much. What what they need, they have in their living room, basically, and get get by with it.
Well, I guarantee you some people aren't so lucky.
Yeah, I guess you could say they're lucky. Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, studio time is expensive, and not everyone can perform music in their living room or their garage. It's not going to sound good unless you have like all of that sound canceling foam everywhere. Unless you
Mm-hmm.
have quality microphones. Unless you have someone who can mix your stuff. I mean, it's going to be difficult to make music. And look at me, I've been working for 5 years on an animation that might crack a half hour. I mean, with a studio and a team, I could have cranked Quinn Redshift out in like a year. But well, I don't have those resources.
There was a
So
theme
what am I
you could have
gonna
made
do?
an entire series.
Well, sure, but so there's a trade-off there. There's the freedom to do whatever the heck I want my way, or there's not working my wrist into near paralysis.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, like seriously, I needed to have help with a lot of the moving simply because I could barely lift the boxes because I've been, it's not carpal tunnel, but this wrist is not good anymore.
Uh
And it's
huh.
not like, and it's
Yeah.
not like it even hurts. It's just if I try to lift something, then it a little bit hurts. Then it's like, nope, nope, can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
even when it doesn't hurt, it's just it gives out. It says, nope, nope, not going to do it. I don't have the strength.
Yep. Know that one all too well. Um, I moved myself twice in the last 5 years. I could not do it again.
Yeah. Don't even get me started about putting the TV up on the wall. I mean, that TV's a bit of a monstrosity, and I needed two other people to get it up there.
Yeah, I could imagine. I don't know if it weighs all that much or if it was just the physics, the moment that it wants to fall over and stuff like that.
Both.
Okay.
I mean, it's not light. It's not light at all. I was mostly there to keep it level, but not to lift it. I was there to keep one hand on it so it didn't, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would not want to move. I would not want to set up a new place. Not now.
I like my new place. And honestly, the one thing I need right now is to find like a decent tabletop gaming group. Or heck, I wonder, Vermont might have one of those lightsaber clubs somewhere nearby. I'll have to try that. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a $500 lightsaber kicking around that I really haven't done much with.
Mm.
You know. Although I'm getting most of my exercise in the VR room. A lot of Beat Saber. And playing the Green Day pack, I mean, it's not my favorite music, but it's so much better than all the EDM that comes with that game.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a fan of EDM. In fact, not a huge fan of anything that's very percussion based or very beat based rather than melody. I've mentioned before.
Mm-hmm.
And EDM is a lot of oons, 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 and I'm just like, eh.
Yeah, that one song that everybody plays in their car.
Yeah. When you're like someone drives past and they've got the radio or whatever, the stereo cranks so high that the windows are flexing.
Yeah. I get a lot of that out here yet.
Mind you, I did just make a like 4 hour, 28 minutes, 78 track driving playlist. It's mostly hair metal though. It's not so much the EDM. It's like a lot of Bon Jovi, Def Leppard, AC/DC, Van Halen, that kind of thing.
But I did get stuck next to somebody who was playing country so loud I could make out the language what they were saying.
Country, ugh.
Yeek.
I do not understand the appeal of country music. I mean, I've mentioned before, the only time I like country is when it's covered as punk or metal.
Mm.
Okay.
What can I say? It's like, for me, a lot of the time, how something is played is more important than what's being played.
All right. All right.
And also whether or not it's in a major or minor key.
Well, I just don't go for the, I guess you could call it the lifestyle, the stuff they sing about, with, I want my woman barefoot and pregnant, and, the whole thing. And it's like, oh, come
Well, what
on.
about the, my baby done left me, my horse is dead, my truck's broke down, what am I gonna do kind of country?
Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
Eh, I'd rather listen to like an Irish drinking song about like one of my favorites is Black Velvet Band, where it's about a guy who goes out and he gets drunk and like he has his pocket picked by this lady and she like frames him for it or something like no, she picks someone else's pocket, slips one of the things into the singer's pocket, and then he gets shipped off to like Australia or whatever, one of those prison island thingies that they had back then. It's kind of a demented song, but it's not my baby done left me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my dog left me and my wife died.
mm. My wife ran off with my dog.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, God.
Yeah,
That
I'm trying to remember
sounds.
because I've heard songs like that where it starts out completely serious, but by the end of it, it's like my dog is having my baby, my wife is dead and haunting me, and all this stuff where it gets just really weirder, progressively weirder by the end of it.
Yeah, there's one I like. I'm my own grandpa. I love that one.
Mm, I don't know.
My wife is my cousin's sister and mother.
There
And
you
with more
are.
wax and a dessert topping. Yeah. Uh,
Oh my.
we have someone who's here that wasn't here a few minutes ago.
Wait a minute. Beck says country's actually well written now.
Well, okay. But I seem to remember a lot of people who like country kind of bitching that new country is basically just rock and roll with a little bit of twang on it. Like I remember people, you remember when country line dancing was so popular all of a sudden?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And like what's his face, Billy Ray Cyrus or
Yeah.
whatever, and people, and I guess the Dixie Chicks as well. It's like pop country, and people were not happy about it.
Aren't they just the chicks now?
Yeah. They got rid of the Dixie thing because they didn't want to offend anyone.
Still, it's like, eh, I everything I know about them really, besides the like whole kerfuffle, is the song "Goodbye Earl," and I only know that because Me First and the Gimme Gimmes did the pop punk cover of it.
Tayo Korostu.
Like I actually decided, oh, what the hell, and looked up the original, and it was just awful. I mean, it was so bad. So, even for country, it was bad.
Oh, that's saying something.
Mm. So, was that who the hell wants their band just known as the Chicks? That sounds
Yeah, I don't get
really
that
dippy.
one.
I don't know.
I don't think that worked.
Like, okay, I get why Prince had to rebrand himself because it was like the studio got bitchy when he decided to leave. They said, no, Prince is a trademark, so you can't call yourself that if you're not with us. Like, I get that was not his fault, but the Dixie Chicks did it on purpose.
Hmm.
At least I assume they did. I doubt that the studio told them to change it.
I don't know.
I don't know. I remember, like, okay, there's a bunch of shows that are sort of catering to my generation now because they're doing 80s stuff, nostalgia, like Stranger Things. The Goldbergs is set in the 80s. And, like, the sister, I think she's the oldest of the three kids. Yeah, because she went to college before. Anyway, like, she's trying to be a musician, but she's not singing like someone from the 80s. The music sounds like the 80s, but the way she's singing it sounds like someone today who's trying to be a diva. Like I'm not sure I can explain exactly what she's doing with her voice, but it does not sound like the 80s.
Okay.
I don't know.
Moo.
I don't know. But at least she can act. I've seen some people, like, okay, I love the Orville, but what's her face who was playing Alara? There were times where I was just like, wow, you can't act. I think she's gotten better since season 1. Like, she's made 2 guest appearances since she left the show, but oh my gosh, there were times where I was like, I can do better than that. I could have delivered that line without sounding like someone who was in a high school play.
From my understanding, she was dating in Seth at the time.
Really? I didn't know that.
Apparently, it had something to do with her leaving the show in the first place.
Well, I don't know. She looked too young for him, didn't she?
I don't know.
I'm not sure how old he is, actually. Well, let's see. Let's go to IMDb. Seth MacFarlane. Wow, people misspell his name a lot.
48.
48 years old.
Oh, so he's a little older than me. Now, how about her? Who the hell names their kid Halston, anyway? 93. Okay, she's older than I thought. Still 20 years his junior. So, there's that. Oh, well, whatevs. I think I know what's wrong, why I look so underlit. I mean, aside from not having adequate lighting in the first place, is there a way to take meat off of a dark theme that I'm just not seeing?
I don't know.
Like, let's put it this way. If I open up Notepad... Oh, Notepad is on a dark theme, too. What the hell? Why is everything on a freaking dark theme?
Uh-oh, you might have to go into control panel.
Don't think that has to do with your lighting.
No, it does. Look at this. I just made this bigger. Like, look at that. Is that brighter now? Look at that.
Yeah, there's...
Okay, I guess it did.
Yeah, the screen illuminates me if I have a brighter scheme. It's, I mean, this light has to be right the hell here to make any kind of difference. So... Well, at least I'm not making live action videos anymore, because if I was, this would be a problem. Come to think of it, I do have a really cool sort of weird bendy twisty light I might be able to use if I can get the cord close. No, I would have to unplug the bastard. Oh well. Ugh. It's weird because sometimes it seems like they hide those options in weird places. Like, And I tried change layout. That didn't help. The option did not exist.
I've been going through rating in your list of games on Steam.
Yeah?
Yeah. See if I find any I like.
Well, like I said, I have a lot that have gone unplayed, so I actually couldn't even tell you. I will say that I've returned very few games, like maybe 2. I'm disappointed that Stray wasn't better.
Well, let's list how long you've played on each one. So,
Wonder if you can sort by that.
I don't know. I don't see the sort feature for that.
Let's
It's not
see.
in what I'm looking at.
Well, if I surf to my library, no, that's search by type. Recent activity. Well, I can sort by recent activity anyway. Wow, okay. I have some games like, okay, there's 2020 and 2021, so there's a few I haven't played in a very long time. And there's only a few that have no recorded activity, which is weird, because I know I've played some of these, but whatever. Oh, come to think of it, now that I have my work machine up, I can start playing Enter the Gungeon again without, like screwing up my save game. Like, as it kept saying there's no way to sync the old save games with the new computer until I've logged in with the old one, I guess.
Okay.
Enter the Gungeon is fun if you like 2D shooters. It's very old school, one of those pixel games, like this.
We're big on shooters.
Well, I mean, if you like the retro style, the overhead 2D retro style, it's fun. It's also got a lot of really, really tongue-in-cheek humor.
Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. 5 hours of play.
Yeah, I mean, after how pretty Skyrim looks, it's hard to go back to Morrowind. Because, I mean, it's just that old. And Skyrim is a very pretty game. Like, just visually speaking, it's impressive for a game that's as old as it is. Like Fallout 4. I mean, let's face it. Fallout 4, like Bethesda, basically just takes their games and gives them facelifts to make them like a new genre. Because clearly Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 are like a reskinned and new plot for Skyrim, basically. So what was that about? Oh, another scammer! Woohoo!
Yay!
But, like, these people have been trying to convince me that there is unusual activity on my Amazon account. Here, click here to deal with it.
Oh yeah, I get emails like that all the time.
Well, now I'm getting freaking text messages. Go away now. Yes, there we go. And there's got to be a way to filter out okay, mark all as read. Thank goodness. I've had this like one conversation that is apparently unread that I haven't been able to find. It's probably like way down at the bottom from years ago.
Oh, okay.
So I just marked all as read. And I don't mean the colors. Shut up. I know you're about to make a joke, Diana.
Aww.
What can I say? You're getting predictable.
Yes.
Yeah, I might bullet plate either Skyrim.
Okay, that's not helping. Jeez, I'm getting darker and darker. To the point where this light's actually helping now. I mean, the sun is setting out there, so I guess it makes sense. Wonder if I turn on the light back there, if it'll bounce enough light back here, or if it'll just overwhelm the camera. Oh, one thing that's kind of funny, like, okay, let me unblur this first. Visual effects there. You see that light back there that does the sort of weird curvy loopy thing?
Moo.
Well, I was rewatching the Orville, and in Ed and Kelly's apartment, they have that lamp. Like you can see it. It's to the left of the screen, just as Ed's walking in the first scene, and I'm like, it's always kind of funny when you're watching a sci-fi show and you know where to buy the furniture. But like Babylon 5, the council, like the council chamber was using chairs from like IKEA or something. I
Leave
mean,
it to
they
you.
looked a little modern, they looked a little futuristic, but they were fucking from IKEA.
Leave it to you to buy furniture that would show up on a sci-fi show.
I don't know. It's kind of funny to me. Actually, I haven't gone looking, but it would not shock me to discover there's a website dedicated to sci-fi furniture that you can buy retail. I mean, there's a website for everything.
You know what I'm doing, right?
Of course. There's probably a website dedicated to selling people left-handed monkey wrenches.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. Sci-fi furniture from Wayfair. Futuristic sci-fi furniture from Roll20 Marketplace.
That doesn't sound like what I'm talking about, though. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's sci-fi furniture that was on a show. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Where the hell did the mouse pointer go? What the hell? I hate it when that happens. There it is. All right.
Well, this from Wayfair is mostly pissers hanging on your wall.
Oh. I see what you mean. I still haven't found good bookshelves yet. Like, I don't know what the trend is these days with bookshelves that have open sides where it's like they're pillars or poles with open area between them instead of like a board,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get better bookshelves.
But no, actually, Brian, not memorabilia. I'm talking about shows that took stuff that existed before the show was begun that you could buy in a store and tried to pass it off as sci-fi. Easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like now I've really only seen pictures because I don't watch the original Star Trek, of course. But like there was a dog where they just stuck a plastic horn on its head and claimed it's an alien.
Oh, yeah,
That was Star
okay.
Trek, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It's kind of goofy what they expected us to accept as aliens, I mean, like, I think the first time I ever really saw a decent on-screen alien from way back when, well, and even then not that decent, was War of the Worlds. I mean, except for the RGB eye thingy in the middle of their face, those were pretty decent looking aliens.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't think I'd ever seen anything prior to that I would call good. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's possible my standards are a little bit high. I was raised on a steady diet of Lucas and Spielberg. I mean, hell, E.T. came out when I was, what, 7? No, maybe not even 7. So...
Keep forgetting how old I am.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, I'm back in my old hometown now, and I keep thinking, what if I bump into someone from high school someday? But then I keep looking around and remembering not everyone still looks as young as I do. How many of my contemporaries, I won't necessarily say friends, have gotten, fat and bald, et cetera, white hair everywhere, I mean, I don't look my age, but they probably do. So I keep forgetting how old I am because keep looking at these, like, 20 and 30 somethings, thinking they could be my high school classmates.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird, actually.
Yeah, you are kind of unusual in that respect, where you definitely don't look 46.
I mean, hell, I'm less than a half year from 47, and this doesn't look it.
Yeah.
When I went to visit Seattle, and I was posting like pictures on Facebook of, like, places I was going, familiar landmarks and everything. At least one person was like, "Oh my gosh, do you even age? You look exactly the way you did when I met you." I'm like, I mean, that was 2002 when most of these people met me, maybe 2003, and I look the same, apparently. I'll take it. I'm happy with it. I really am.
Yeah.
Well, it's all those babies you feast on, so.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think it's all those vacations in Neverland.
Yeah.
And it's not happening so much anymore, but I know that, just a few years ago I'd get from a lot of people, you don't look over 60. And I'm thinking, yeah, well, maybe it's because I didn't have kids. I don't know.
Kids will do that to you. They'll age you up pretty fast.
Yeah.
But I knew, even before my age was in the double digits, that I didn't ever want to grow up. Not if I could help it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the interesting thing is out here, oh my word, the way the ages work. There was one woman who lived down the hall from me. I was talking to her about this, that, and the other, and she mentioned her great-grandchild. This woman was 44.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose if you do start spawning at, what, 15?
Had to be. Yeah, it had to be.
I know, it's weird. Like, that's going to be happening even more, all things considered.
Yes, unfortunately. Yeah.
Been arguing with this one mouth breather on Twitter about forced pregnancy. I keep describing it as reproductive slavery, and the guy was like, "No, it's not." And I'm like, "Okay, so you're all right with someone who doesn't want to be pregnant anymore deciding to stop being pregnant?" And he's like, "No, of course not. There's another life there, et cetera, et cetera." I'm like, "Okay, all right." And I put up that meme of, like, would you save the baby or the 100 embryos and test tubes? He was like, "Well, of course I'd save the baby. I can empathize with the baby." And I was like, "Okay, well, if there's an abortion, it's the same kind of thing, except the baby is now an adult." And he's like, "Well, I don't care." And I'm like, "All right, would you be okay with, if we had some sort of artificial womb, a uterine replicator vat, something out of sci-fi like that, and you could go and gestate it in there?" Dude's like, "Nuh-uh, kid needs a mother." And I'm like, "So you're saying reproductive slavery, forcing someone to be a parent?" And
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, I guess so. I'm like, "So
Well, at least he admitted it.
Well, but I mean, that's the thing, is he will not accept the characterization of it as reproductive slavery. He doesn't seem to, he's like, "No, it's not about controlling women." I'm like, "But you are controlling a woman, aren't you?" And he's like, "But it's about the baby." I don't know. People are dumb.
Yes.
It's like the compartmentalization, or the "I believe X, except for this way. Under these circumstances, I no longer believe X."
Yeah.
I mean, granted, there is kind of a problem on the left with expecting every rule to be universal without exceptions. And sometimes you need some exceptions. Sometimes you do need to be able to say, but under these circumstances, the law doesn't work, and so we're going to carve out an exception for these circumstances. The left doesn't like that.
Right, right, right.
Whereas the right, I mean, let's face it, that one woman who was pregnant and tried to say, I can use the HOV lanes, I can use the carpool lanes, there's 2 people in the car. And it's clear that the people who wrote all of these pro-life laws didn't really think through the implications of what they were saying. Yeah, there was a lot of like, well, we expect you to follow the spirit of the law, not the letter, even though we wrote the letter of the law.
Well, okay, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that these people did not think of the implications. Sometimes, well, you know me, cynic, the whole thing. I have the impression that they just don't care.
No, I think they didn't think it through.
Okay.
I think they had a mission that they really wanted to accomplish a certain goal, and they were just too stupid to realize that in accomplishing that goal, they opened the door to a bunch of other things. Because they only could see in one direction. They could not see, oh, but if we do this, it branches out. They had tunnel vision, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm wondering though, were that the case, would they not change their tack when these things come to light? For example, the 10-year-old, where the Ohio people were just not changing their minds about any of it, and the kid had to run to Indiana.
Where are you going with this? Because that sounds like exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, it sounds like they wanted the kid to be put at risk.
That's not the implication I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the carpool lane part of it, where they declare a fetus a person. So like, okay, declaring the fetus on the income tax as an exception, using the carpool lanes, this, that, and the other thing. If you start calling fetuses people, well, that opens the door to a lot of shit that people get to do that they never intended applying it to a fetus.
Okay,
Ever.
so you're going that way.
I'm
You're
talking
going that
about.
way. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they thought that through.
Where was that place? It was women can't get an abortion because the fetus is a person, but they can't get divorce until the fetus is born because it's not a person.
Oh, I think that's Missouri. Yeah,
Yeah,
you've got the 2 legalities that oppose each other. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think they want, like, it. They may not know how to write it, but they want is for a fetus to be a person when it comes to pregnancy only.
All right. All right.
Where it's like it's a person with regard to abortion, not a person in any other circumstance.
Okay, it's a person in regard to abortion. Well, one person doesn't have the right to use another person's body without permission, and that permission can be revoked.
But they don't. It's clear that they have a goal, and that is to force pregnancy to come to term. But they don't, like I said, they don't have any way to write that law without opening the door to a whole bunch of other stuff they don't intend. Because there's no way to, I mean, unless they say only under these circumstances is a fetus to be considered a person legally. I don't think they know how to do that and have the public not rebel.
I'd like to see how they handle what I just said.
I don't know.
Without running into contradictions and all sorts of problems.
Well, I mean, that's just it. I think they are trying to find a way to reconcile the exception, the contradictions. I think they're trying to find a way to make it so that they can accomplish their goal and not have those other, like, circumstances come up. I don't know if they can do it, though. Like, I don't know if they can do it without saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah. That's the fun part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sort of laughing at them because of it, but, well, at the same time, it's ruining people's lives. Honestly, you have to laugh or else you'll cry.
Unfortunately, even if we can get them to say the quiet part out loud, they don't have enough people in power to really put them on blast for it.
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of them are assuming that there's going to be a red wave, like, for the next election. I don't necessarily believe it, especially since Trump seems to be going down in flames.
Well, I'm not exactly worried about Trump. I mean, he's a pain in the arse. He's a
That's
problem.
not what I mean. That's
but
not what I mean. I mean that there is going to be one hell of an enthusiasm gap, and there's also going to be like a bunch of folks on the left who will see Trump's demise as a way of boosting their enthusiasm. I think that if Trump goes down, we're going to see more of a blue wave than a red one.
I think things are a little uncertain at this moment.
Well-
yeah, I'm just making predictions.
what I'm afraid of are the people waiting to step into the power vacuum Trump will leave.
Well, but they're not necessarily going to have the same, like, broad appeal, I don't think.
I think all.
I'm not sure they'll be
Yeah.
able to walk that line, that be able to. I mean, because a lot of people looked at Trump and saw a certain kind of person that they found appealing. I don't think you could get, like, a Marjorie Taylor Greene or a Lauren Boebert to step into his shoes. They're just not as popular.
Okay.
Plus, unlike Trump, they're really just blatant about being fascists.
Yeah, I think before they started becoming so blatant about it, it was more of a chance of the red wave. Now, I'm not so sure.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of, like, Republicans against Trump groups. I'm seeing a lot of backlash from the right against those people, against the Christian nationalists. Oh, and I will say this. I have a hypothesis that Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't actually know the definition of nationalism. I think she thinks it's the same as patriotism, but she manages to be a nationalist anyway.
Well, there is still the possibility of DeSantis picking up the pieces.
That's one of the things that really scares me.
I don't know. Do you think he can actually make it work outside of Florida?
There's a possibility.
But
I'm
I'm not asking about possibility. I'm asking about probability.
Hard to say. I know I've heard a lot of people out of Texas really cheering for him, but I don't know.
I suspect that just too many people think he's a nut bar for him to have any kind of chance. Then again, they thought that about Trump, so who knows?
Yeah.
And let's face it, DeSantis is smarter than Trump.
Yes. Unfortunately.
That might not work in his favor, though.
I don't know.
Well, let's face it. The public, like on the right at least, seem to respond to Trump's stupidity. I think they saw in him a slice of themselves, that they liked his dumbassery.
That's entirely possible. I mean, no one else could have ever, or I would hope that no one else could have ever got by that one thing he did mocking the.
Oh, right, the cerebral
No,
palsy thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, should have been the end of him right
Or
there.
whatever that guy had. I don't know what I don't think it was actually cerebral palsy, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
Well, the right does seem to be cheering on the whole quote-unquote "don't say gay" bill.
They like bullies. They like people who throw their weight around, like needlessly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does anyone disagree with that?
I don't. Yeah.
Nope. Don't disagree there.
I don't know, it's weird, but it's funny when they see the same attitude redirected at them, how quickly they turn into whingy diaper babies.
Yeah.
You know, and it's funny how much they project. They're like, oh, well, we've been going after Hunter Biden so long that Trump having like his home searched by the FBI, well, that's just revenge. That's just persecution for being who he is. It can't possibly be that he broke a law. You know, it has
Yeah.
to be personal and political. Clearly.
Yeah.
You know, and that is pure ass projection. IMAX called, they want their equipment back.
The real funny thing is if he's found guilty, it was Trump who have made it a federal offense.
Yeah.
No, he appointed the FBI director that issued the fucking warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not just that. He made the laws stricter in that regard too.
Yeah, his signature turned it into a felony.
Mm-hmm. Man, he's dumb. I mean, right now, Trump is in Mar-a-Lago looking up the words hoist and petard.
Oh my.
Although it's weird to say petard in public and people get their hackles up because it sounds a little bit too much like the R slur.
Okay, okay.
What you gonna do? Just saying.
When they come for you.
No.
No. Didn't think so.
Just never liked that song.
And then there's this kitten over here. Yeah, you.
I don't know where my kitties have gotten to. Oh, well, Columbia's in her carrier. She's been doing that more lately. It's weird. I thought she didn't like to be in her carrier because, you know, if Xander came along, she'd be trapped. But she's been spending a lot of time in there. Oh, and Xander's up there. Okay. Now I know where my kitties have gotten to. They're sleeping.
Meow.
Look at that. If I have the light off, I look like someone who's part of a shadowy conspiracy who's issuing orders to the main character, you know?
There you go.
I have that alien lamp, but it's green. Do I really want the side of my face to look green?
Sure, why not?
Alrighty then. Oh, but it's not going to stretch very far. The cord is sort of, well, I don't know. Is it? It's not doing anything.
It doesn't
Oh,
do
well.
anything. Oh well.
Yeah, it's not good enough. I'd have to unplug something and drag it over and find a free outlet. That's not happening. So, well, then again, I could unplug this useless rat bastard. Let's see what happens. Oh, no wonder this cord isn't reaching. It's clear over there. Right there.
This kitty climbing all over me here.
Oh, jeez. Come on, you.
Daj korostu.
There.
There.
Or did I unplug the wrong lamp?
Of course you did.
Wait, where's the who now? Okay. Oh man, it's that one with the gigantic ass plug.
Yay.
I forgot about that.
Oh, look at you over here. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. Oh. Why you run away? Why you run away? You not run away.
All right, let's get this cord back into the plug thing. Like, seriously, this thing is so huge, you have to pull the cord out to, anyway. So let's unplug Captain Useless here. No, I don't mean you. Plug this in. All right, there we go.
All right.
Look at this weird, like, see how it's pretty funky, isn't it?
Looks like a cobra.
Yeah, there we go. See, it's got a couple of different modes. So it's like, harsh, warm, combo. There we are. And yeet.
Whoever came up with that one?
I don't know. To me, it doesn't sound like the action, but what you gonna do?
Daju korostu.
At some point, it's weird. I have another one of these, and it seemed like I could adjust the brightness as well, but I don't exactly know how. Like, I don't know how I did it. Doesn't matter. It's as bright as it's gonna go at the moment, so...
Well, take care, Brian. Be good and have fun.
Those two are mutually exclusive, and you know it. Oh, geez. This has to be off camera, or Meat auto-adjusts. I look like I'm at a campfire.
Plus. Joking.
Whatever.
Campfire brand marshmallows.
It's a program for tracking story stuff called Campfire Plus. I hear some of the YouTubers I watch shill it.
I don't know. I got this thing because it looked kind of sci-fi-ish. I did not realize it would be quite so bouncy. Like, you set it down and it just, waggles all over the place for a few seconds. Yup. In a way, it's better just because it means it's less likely to be broken if someone hits it, but still. Half a mo. See if that helps. Nope.
No.
Not really. I mean, allegedly Meat is supposed to adjust the lighting, but maybe I should just turn the stupid camera off. It's useless at this point.
Zaprośnie.
Hi, sodas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how to say fermentation in Japanese.
It would sound something like fermentation in Japanese, wouldn't it?
You're hilarious.
Thank you. What we got? I just gonna have to that to up to looking to making.
What?
I have to look up fermentation in Japanese.
You don't have to.
Okay, we have the English. Where's J? I gotta find J. There we go. Okay, there we go.
発酵
It says hakko.
Hakko.
Mm-hmm. You're probably mispronouncing that. Let me go here. English to
Hakko.
Japanish. Fermentation. There's hakko.
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 Right, so, hi, hakko des. Well, not des. That would be it is fermentation.
Hakko.
So, anywho,
Fermentation. Hakko.
but anyway,
Moo.
ooh, good sunset. That's one great thing about having a west-facing view.
Okay.
Fermentasi.
Those are some good-looking clouds out there. They're all lit up in orange. Very cool.
Moo.
That's one of the things I really missed when I was in San Diego was having any kind of view whatsoever. All I could see out my windows was across the way the other apartments in the same complex. It's all I could see. And now I have this big honkin' vista. It's great. I like it. Also, the cats seem to like it too. I mean, Columbia loves a sunbeam. You know,
Pagbuburo.
every afternoon I see her just lying in a sunbeam coming through the window.
Pagbuburo.
Now, I actually was really tired after playing a whole bunch of VR this afternoon, and so I saw Columbia in the sunbeam and just sort of started petting her on the floor and fell asleep a little bit.
So it happens to humans too, huh?
And me. Well, there is something about a lazy cat that kind of triggers the sleep response, isn't there?
Yeah, I guess there might be.
I love how cats
Fermentacja.
just domesticated themselves.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's true. They like forced themselves into human encampments, and they were cute enough that people started feeding them, and yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of smart in that respect, maybe.
The only way that I've found that I can train a cat to do anything is with those little kitty treats. If I hold one high enough over Xander's head, he will stand up on his hind legs and walk around to try to get at it.
That's basically how you train them, yeah.
It's really adorable watching him try to walk. You know, I mean, like as a biped.
Доброжение.
I don't know. I bet if I set up the camera, I pointed it at him, I could do it on camera, but I won't. I might go and get some of that pizza I cooked up earlier, but I'm not going to go get the kitty treats.
I was thinking about having pizza tonight.
I was really happy with the, like, it was just a frozen pizza, but it's, number one, the flat crust I like, but number two, it's a supreme pizza with no ingredients I don't like. It's like sausage, red and green peppers, pepperoni, and onions. No mushrooms.
Now what you need is a really, really nice Chicago-style pizza.
Well, there's no such thing. That's a contradiction in terms.
Moo.
Yeah, I think it's a Red Baron brand that sells these pizza melts that have basically the same ingredients.
Well, the supreme pizza I got was Red Baron brand. So,
It's probably explains it.
yeah.
Yeah, they do they do these pizza melts that are pretty good too.
Now, what is a pizza melt? Because I'm trying to picture it, and it just sounds like a calzone.
It's a sandwich. It's just
So, okay,
two
I
pieces of
got
bread with the pizza stuff in it, and then you cook it and then you flip it together.
like kind of a panini almost.
No, it's a sandwich.
It looks like I'm looking at the picture of the box, and it looks like a sandwich. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna look at a picture. Red Baron pizza melt. I guess so. But if you squashed it, it would be like a panini. You do know what a panini is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't had one
I'm
in
just
years.
saying.
Haven't had one in
Well,
a
whenever
long
I would go
time.
to board game night at the coffee shop, they also did food, and I got like what was it, a triple cheese pesto panini with pastrami.
Oh, sounds like that could be tasty.
It's beyond tasty. Sometimes I would get it with bacon instead of the pastrami.
Okay. Okay.
Another thing I've been like ever since I started watching The Big Bang Theory, I got obsessed with trying brisket someday because they mention it constantly. And so,
Oh, it's yummy and tasty.
yeah, well, I haven't really had the opportunity. The only time I really got the chance was at a pho place where you could get brisket. Like instead of, chicken or whatever. It was on the menu, but well, I wasn't that impressed. But at the same time, it's Vietnamese style brisket. And it's not like the Jewish and Texas brisket that they talk about on the show. So it really wasn't what I was after. It was good, but it wasn't what I was thinking of.
Okay. Now I want a Reuben.
Now you want what?
Now I want a Reuben sandwich.
Yeah, you always want a Reuben sandwich.
They are tasty and yummy and nutritious and delicious.
Uh-huh. Don't they have sauerkraut all over them?
Oh, of course they do. That's why they're nutritious and delicious.
No,
I've had
it's not.
Reubens
That's
that
disgusting.
I've
I'm
had
sorry, but sauerkraut is just foul.
I have had Reubens that do not have sauerkraut and they were good.
Oh, and it's got like 2 different kinds of icky dressing on it. I'm not a fan of rye bread either. This just sounds awful. The only part of it that sounds any good at all is the Swiss cheese, and I'm not even sure I've ever had corned beef. Although it doesn't look bad. I probably have had it. So, corned beef and Swiss, and let's switch out the bread. Now I'm okay.
I don't know about you. You just don't like any good food.
I like
No, I
all
think
the good food. You like the food that's more like some sort of biological warfare experiment.
I don't know. I think you have to have the rye bread for it to be a Reuben.
Well, the thingy I saw on the interwebs said rye breads.
Yeah.
I don't know. I prefer my bread a little more acerbic or sarcastic rather than rye.
Yeah, huh?
I think the only circumstance in which I've actually really enjoyed rye bread was in Chex Mix.
Okay, okay.
Oh, they have those rye bread chips in Chex Mix. Those are pretty good, actually.
Now you got me thinking. There's a drink one can make using rye bread. It's called kvass, and I don't know if it's available anywhere here in the U.S.
Well, okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry, but a drink
Bread.
involving bread already sounds like a no.
Wouldn't that basically be a type of beer?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
And you know my feelings on beer that isn't root or ginger.
Hmm. Because
So,
the stuff I'm thinking of is Ukrainian or Belarusian in origin.
no, I mean, not a fan of health food stores, but there's this like food co-op place that my dad insists on going to because he's a hippie. And they had this like lime ginger ale that was really, really good and really freaking expensive.
Okay then.
But it was very good. It was not mild, but it wasn't like weapons grade either. And the lime was just a hint, but it definitely added something. And I liked it.
Okay.
Also been adding lime seltzer to orange juice. That's been pretty good.
I might have to try that. That sounds tasty.
Well, you know me, I love citrus. Anything except grapefruit. Because grapefruit, frankly, is like liquefied gravel. Driveway gravel, maybe with a little bit of tar mixed in. It's disgusting.
I had this alcohol that was a citrus alcohol. It was so sweet. It was disgustingly sweet. I also found this soda that was so bitter that was disgustingly bitter. So when I mixed the two together, it actually evened each other out.
Well, I found like coffee is usually too bitter to me until I add enough sugar that I might as well have made hot chocolate. Oh, well, sugar and, of course, non-dairy creamer or whatever.
I add nearly 3 ounces of creamer to my coffee.
Yeah, I bought a thing of the hazelnut non-dairy creamer. I should get the vanilla as well. I like both of those.
Yeah, those are usually the two I go for.
Go on.
The white chocolate mocha and the Hershey's these flavor ones are pretty good too.
Not a fan of the mocha. Not a fan of like adding chocolate to my coffee. Again, might as well have made hot chocolate at that point. I mean, I have to admit, I really only use coffee as a caffeine delivery system.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, caffeine is one of the only things that really deals with a headache. So,
I don't really usually use it for a headache. I use it more for getting rid of the brain fog in the morning.
I've actually found that an hour of VR will do that to me.
I have found protein drinks will seem to help sometimes.
And now my brain is going somewhere gross and prurient.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't decide if I'm hungry and want more of that pizza or if I'm just, I don't know. It does sort of feel like we've run out of anything terribly interesting to talk about.
Well, that's nothing unusual, right? Oh, look. Beet juice kvass, $62 a gallon. Okay.
Well, I wish I'd been looking at the chat. One point, Brian said Kate Gold, and I don't know what that was about. I really should pay more attention to the chat. I used to pay a lot more attention to the chat than I do. And it seems like they don't have time codes anymore.
No, they have the time codes.
Oh, you can turn them on and off.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be my new computer then that didn't have them. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Go to the 3 dots. Yeah, there
Let's
you go.
see.
That was about 20 minutes ago.
Like almost a half hour ago. So, yeah. I have no idea what I was saying a half hour ago.
Well, apparently it was gold. So.
Well, yeah, but if I don't know what it was, I can hardly file it away for future reference, can I? I guess what I could do is, watch this when it's done and try to fast forward to that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been at this, about an hour and a half? It's findable.
This over here about an hour and a half, yeah.
Well, I was just looking at the clock,
Yeah. 012802.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should get that Overlord games. It's only about $4.99. I've got $5 sitting on my account here from the other game I bought that I returned.
Okay, so Overlord, you say. I want to look at it in the store and see if I know the game. And nope, not Oserlord, Overlord. It's the one with the dude in the helmet, like the big old, like, and the weird goblin-y thing.
Yep, that'd be it.
I can't even tell what kind of game this is. I hate it when they have like cinematic trailers instead of gameplay trailers. You really don't know what the hell the game is. Like they show you
Okay.
5 minutes of gameplay and or like 2 seconds of gameplay and 5 minutes of cinematics.
Tayo ka rostu.
It looks like you spend most of your time doing arena fighting.
Not exactly arena fighting.
Well, I'm seeing what looks like a coliseum.
You go around the different lands.
I don't know. I don't think I'm super pumped. Besides, you know me, the fantasy genre's okay, but it's
Yeah.
secondary to the space opera, you know.
I tend to get into more of the fantasy stuff.
Well, you know me, I was basically conditioned to love Star Wars and similar things because I was the right age for it. I mean, let's face it, after Star Wars came out, there were so many other space sci-fi movies that wanted to be like Star Wars, that wanted to cash in on the idea. Most of them were kind of crappish, but a lot of them were actually strangely good. Like Enemy Mine was really good. The Last Starfighter was really good. I seem to be one of the few people who actually liked Star Chaser: The Legend of Orin.
I like that one.
Yeah, I mean, well, hell, a lot of people haven't even heard of it. It's just it was a thing through my whole childhood, you know?
Apparently, Star Wars is the very first movie I went in to see at a theater. It was a drive-in theater, and I was only 1 year old, and I fell asleep.
I honestly have no idea the first movie I saw in the theater. I'm in a lot of like nostalgia groups, of course, and people are always going, "This was the first movie I saw in that theater." I'm sitting here going, okay, I was probably too young to remember. I bet you it was a Disney flick because my parents tried to keep me away from violence as long as they could.
Oh, I don't even remember the first film I saw in a theater.
Well, yeah, that's because, motion pictures didn't start up until you were 30.
Right, right.
That reminds me, I'll have to get around to corrupting my cousins at some point.
I have to admit, I really do like looking at some of the sort of remastered, usually AI remastered footage from like a long ass time ago. There was one I saw recently. It was a snowball fight in France in
Oh,
the 1800s.
yes.
And I was like, okay, for once, because the people aren't, out of sync. It's not. It's still like before they seemed to move too quickly because it wasn't synced to the 1 second per second kind of thing, the right number of frames. And so it always had a kind of uncanny valley, unreal quality to it. And now watching it happen in real time, it's like, okay, these people seem more like people and less like caricatures. And it's very interesting to me. It gives a new perspective on those times, those days.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a shame they didn't have sound recording back then.
I don't know. I'm trying to think here. I thought there was sound recording before there was photographic recording, but I easily could be wrong.
Okay, but you know what I mean. They couldn't sync it with the motion pictures. I mean, how long did they have those like title cards, the dialogue cards for ages,
Yeah, you got a point there.
So, yeah, but I don't know. Now, I remember it was a big, huge honking deal I think it was what the hell did they call it? The Great Dictator or whatever, the Charlie Chaplin movie where that was
Oh,
like one of the first ones with sound.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, that was a big deal. It was kind of like how The Wizard of Oz was the first one with color.
Okay, yeah.
Like you know, people were watching this sort of sepia tone black and white thing, and then all of a sudden Oz happens, and it's like this big splash of color, and people are like, "Whoa!"
Well, the thing is, I remember uh, when first releases were still in black and white, and I mean, this is into the 60s.
Yeah.
Is Paris Burning, for example, was a new release in black and white.
Well, hell, I mean, when I was a kid, we still had a black and white television for several years.
Oh yeah. Well, the slimy bastards didn't buy a color television until the kids were out of the house.
Did they do it specifically to deny you access to color, or was it just a coinky dink?
I'm pretty sure that intent was involved. Yeah,
Hmm.
because there were so many things they did that made it look like intent. For example, going to family reunion, the Seliga reunion here in Pennsylvania, they didn't do it until the kids were out of the house.
Hmm. So how much of that was just pure ass cruelty, and how much of it was being ashamed of you?
I'm thinking that pretty much 110% of it was pretty much cruelty.
Hmm. I don't get that, you know, choosing to have kids or to adopt kids and then just being royal dicks to them. I don't get
Yeah, I
that.
don't get that either. I really don't.
But it seems like some people that is what they do.
And the thing is, when you go out to the baby store and explicitly get a kid, it's not that you had one dropped into your lap or your crotch, whichever comes first. It's, we are going to spend 10 years um, trying to get a couple kids, and then we're going to treat them like shit. I don't get that.
Okay, here's something that kind of makes me laugh. Not only is there a game called Weed Shop, but I'm looking at Weed Shop 3.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's apparently a marijuana store simulator.
Oh my. Now there's something I haven't played in a very long time. There's a game where you're defending your marijuana patch against the Air Force who's bombing it.
Hmm. Well, I remember a game, I think it was online, but it might not have been, where it was all text and it was called like Drug War. And you're basically like a dealer out on the street trying to sell weed and not get killed by the other gangs or caught by the cops.
Okay.
I mean, this was a long ass time ago. This was back when text was the only kind of online game you could get. I mean, we're talking
Mm-hmm.
like Zork days here.
Yeah. Oh, those were the days.
I also remember a game that was like, it was in basic and it was a trucker simulator.
Okay.
You know, like you're going around trying to get your freight across the country, and you want to get there in time without getting caught by the cops or crashing, or I think falling asleep at the wheel. I think that was also a factor.
Okay.
And I remember all of the like ASCII, not even ANSI, ASCII graphics they used were like if the truck crashed, you would see this ASCII like crashed truck that would take up the whole screen.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Hmm. Okay, looks like I don't have the money back in my Steam wallet.
Oops.
Oh, that's crap.
Yep, here we go. Maybe I should type in text. Well, there's some of it, but it's not quite exactly what I remember. Let me see if I can find the crashed graphic. Instead of text, let's try ASCII. No, I'm not really seeing it, although I am seeing Nancy Graphics Beholder, which looks kind of wacky.
Looks like their refund system didn't work for me.
Oh, well.
So far, I'm not been that impressed with Steam.
Oh, well. Anywho. It was good to be creative again today, getting my my old work machine up and running. I didn't work on Quinn Redshift, but I did complete the banner thingy for the door of the VR room, and man, did that feel good, because I was getting so bored just playing the same games and, you know, going through my DVD collection. I've been sort of on a Britcom kick for the stuff that you can't find streaming, so I have it on disc, or at least you can't find streaming on the major platforms. I suppose I could get BritBox, but, you know, at this point I'm spending too much on streaming services as it is.
Moo.
So, been rewatching Faulty Towers and Red Dwarf mostly. Got a few others.
Moo.
Faulty Towers is fun, no matter how dated it may be. I should get Spaced down off the shelf. That's a fun one. It was like actually the first time I ever even heard of Simon Pegg. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I have a copy of Chef. Chef is so much fun. It's this guy Gareth Blackstock who runs a like a French eatery. You know, like it's supposed to be all gourmet and stuff. And boy, does he have a temper on him, and he's always screaming at the staff. It's a guilty pleasure. I've watched Coupling too many times, though.
I don't know. That sounds a little foo-foo.
Well, it's you know, like these 6 people who are either in relationships or trying to be in relationships, and it gets pretty demented at times. There's this one character, Jeff, who is just always getting in his own way when it comes to romance and stuff, and he has all of these weird theories and ideas and cliches and shit about dating. Like he talks about, what was it, the giggle loop is one of them, and oh gosh, what are some of the others? Oh geez, I don't remember. He's got all these names for them. It's pretty funny, but I've seen it too damn many times.
Oh my.
And it's not British, but I have a copy of this very, very short-lived sci-fi comedy show from, I'm assuming, the 70s, called Quark. It's sort of like I mean, it's clearly supposed to be Star Trek, but it's not. Like, if I remember right, they're on a garbage ship. It was silly, but clearly it did not land, because there's like 6 episodes. I don't know. I remember thinking it was really funny the first time I saw it. Then I bought a copy, and I'm realizing, you know, I think I might have been drunk the first time I saw it.
Tapesta kaperoto pelukoto tianta ikädesiin.
Yeah, it does look like something you'd have to be drunk to enjoy.
Yeah. I don't know. One of these days, I really should make it all the way through Space 1999. I just have a really difficult time getting past the disco theme song. It really bothers me. And if I remember right, this is one of those shows where you can't just the theme song. You have to either endure it or like you click forward, chapter jump, and it goes past the opening, like past the opening scene.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that almost as much as the discs where you cannot fast forward past the FBI warnings and all of that shit. But not only that, you can't like they do an intro to the main menu that you can't skip.
Oh, okay.
So it's
Yeah.
like you have to endure about 15 to 30 seconds of the theme song before they'll even let you play.
Looks like we've lost our audience.
What, there's
Did they,
no one watching?
I see marked 2 people in the chat. I'm in there, so it's 1 person, and I'm guessing Diana's in there.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm always in there.
I haven't seen the chat move in almost an hour here.
Yeah. So what are you saying? We should ring the gong and just go home?
Bang the gong, get it on. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I could. I'm a little on the hungry side.
Yeah, and I have to get up early for dialysis as usual.
So I gotta play with my bird and get dinner.
Is that what they're calling it these days?
Yeah, okay then.
What? Come on, you were thinking it.
Of course.
Wrong bird.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, at least you're not punching the cobra.
Dayukorostu. Oh God, we gotta give him a hard time about that. It's been a while.
Well, I mean, you are sending them the link and they're just not showing, right?
Right.
Have you been sending a link to Beck?
I'm not sure. Let me look.
It's always fun to have him in here.
He's not on that list of 6. Okay. So no, I guess not.
I think when it's more than just us, people show up, which is ironic, but whatever.
Dayukorostu. It's just too bad they only let you pin 6.
Hmm.
And then there's this kitty who's headbutting me.
Yeah, well, my kitty is lying on the floor. She's not in her carrier anymore. Xander, on the other hand, hasn't budged in hours.
What's this kitty? You is the bestest kitty. You is the most bestest kitty in all the world. And that is a point of fact.
No.
Moof beef. You, kittiness. Kitty. Oh,
Oh, jeepers.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
Now, I don't know if this is a joke or not, but I'm seeing something here that says, terrifying new escape room just locks you in a church meet and greet time.
Oh, no. Oh, my, that's something the Catholics were not doing when I was growing up. They were not doing that meet and greet thing. I didn't discover that until, honey, what are you doing?
Not even entirely certain I know anything about meet and greet. What do they like? Invite people to come to the church who aren't churchy?
Well, the way I remember it anyway is after the service, you would go downstairs for coffee, and everybody would stand around talking to each other, and coffee and donuts.
So it wasn't a convert thing?
Not really, no.
Alright. Well,
Honey,
wouldn't it be more of a meet and farewell? I mean, everyone's already been there. You can't greet someone who's been there for hours.
yeah, you got a point there. Oh my, well, I guess meet and greet because you were supposed to come back. You were supposed to come back next week.
But that would imply it's for newcomers.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's see if Hulu is finally, like, I only just recently found out that Hulu has a store, and I'm really hoping that they finally have bumper stickers for the Orville.
Ah!
Well, I have a new car.
There you go.
It needs some fandom on it. So I actually did send them like a please, please, please email, and they not only responded, but responded in such a specific way that it made me think they actually read the damn thing.
Oh my.
Whoa.
Yeah. But it does seem like if I want an Orville bumper sticker, I kind of right now have to go to Etsy.
There's a cat on my thigh.
Let's see. The Orville
We got
bumper sticker.
we got a Orville vinyl waterproof sticker decal, car, laptop, wall window,
Where are you seeing that?
Amazon.
Oh, if it's the one I think it is, it's like 5 inches. It's just
Yeah,
not.
it's a 5
It's
inch
not a
thing.
real bumper sticker. It's tiny. Like it's smaller than the picture on the website. Like I actually asked the question of the one person who purchased it, and they were like, "Yeah, it's dookie." So,
Oh. So I
Oh.
see that Kitty is saying she'll be here soon.
what, like in a few minutes?
Something like that.
A few minutes, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Un momento.
She
Okay.
is currently ingesting nourishment.
I don't know why I just said something in Spanish with an Italian accent. It just
No,
was not intentional.
What really sounds
Oh, my.
weird there's a anime called Tanya the Evil, and the
Uh-huh.
theme song has Japanese singers singing in German.
That is weird.
All right.
Although, I mean, sometimes you'll get American singers singing in other languages, so I guess it's not that odd.
And then we have the 1960 version of Alvin and the Chipmunks singing "We Want a Japanese Banana."
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of it.
And then we have this cat. We
Let's
have
see.
this-
Oh, yes. Car stickers and decals. Oh, lovely. You type in the Orville, you click on car stickers and decals, and you get nothing. The results
Yeah.
all disappear.
Aw. What are you
Like
doing,
my dating life.
honey?
Yep. I can't even imagine like filling out a dating profile in a way that makes me seem the least bit appealing.
Yeah.
Although I mean I have to wonder like what would happen if you made a dating profile that basically just said, "Look, you don't want me." You know, I mean there's probably some people who would take it as a challenge, you know?
Yeah, really. Oh, maybe I should try that.
Right. Oh golly, I'm finding a sticker here that says I identify as a female Mocklin.
Huh?
Well, you'd have to watch the show to get it.
Tayo Forostu.
Yes, you should be watching the Orville.
Darn right. It's one of the smartest, most amazing shows there is, especially now. I mean, like, let's put it this way. I keep describing it as Star Trek with the stick removed from its ass. And it really is. I mean, like, okay, the first season, they did indulge in a lot of, like, poop and fart jokes, but they still, like, the plots were still very, like, thoughtful and intelligent and interesting.
And they kind of slowly got away from that with each season.
Yeah, they like fewer and fewer cheesy ass jokes and more like it was basically Seth MacFarlane gave up and just started making Star Trek. Like he said, nah, no more funny. It doesn't have to be funny. We're just making my version of Star Trek, and it really works. I mean, my gosh, Domino is one of the most epic things I've ever seen on television.
Definitely.
Oh. So, yeah. Huh. There's a bumper sticker that says "Keep the weird." Oh, that says Austin. I read it as autism.
And I definitely have to give them credit. I didn't really like Charlie at first, but at the end, I was actually sad to see what happened to her.
I mean, yes and no. What bothered me is that she was supposed to be a lesbian, but there was really nothing distinctly dykish about her. And I know some people were like, yeah, but it's the future and you don't have to be all different anymore. And I'm like, but then how do you know who to ask out? And in a way, it feels a little dismissive. It's like, oh yeah, in the future, lesbians are just like straight chicks.
That was kind of I think they came across as sort of an afterthought.
Yeah, like she didn't. Let's put it this way: if they had changed, what was her name, Amanda, to a guy, it would not have changed a damn thing at all. Like not even a little bit. And it has bothered me for ages that lesbians on TV for a very long time, they just all look like straight chicks who happen to be dating another woman. That's it. I mean, hell, look at what was it, Carol and Susan on Friends, for fuck's sake. It's frustrating at times. It was almost like Hollywood was afraid to have someone who like really turned the dike up to 11. And that kind of pissed me off because I gotta say, I like the lesbian aesthetic a great deal. Like if nothing else, the undercut haircuts. Oh, that's just amazingly like lickable. I'm just saying.
Okay.
And you know me, I've got this weird thing for punk chicks, and while that's not exclusively a lesbian thing, it does seem pretty common. Ah, well, what you gonna do?
You're gonna moo.
I'm gonna complain.
Okay.
You know me, I like to do that.
Yes.
Complaining is fun.
Yes. You're expert at that.
I kind of wish I'd gotten out today. Like, I went to the store, but I mean, like gone on the bicycle or blading or something. The weather wasn't really cooperating, but I feel like I should have left the house a bit more.
Oh, I don't know. There's tomorrow, isn't there?
Well, yes and no. I did okay, I went to Best Buy for something, I don't even remember what, and like my dad was with me and he was wandering around and his eye landed on this washing machine that he thought would be really awesome, and so he bought it, and I was like, really? And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's got a lot of bells and whistles, but now it's going to be delivered tomorrow, and you know how deliveries go. We'll be there between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. to get
Yeah.
home to receive the bastard.
And
You
that
know,
just
No.
reminded me,
so
I had an order
tomorrow is
coming
not
in.
really going to be a getting out day at all.
Did it ever show up? Oh, yes, it did.
Yeah.
They delivered to the right spot.
Hmm.
Put it out there. Oh, yes, I do have a delivery that's sitting outside.
Oh. Oh, speaking
I
of
will be right
deliveries,
back.
my robot is finally being shipped.
Oh my.
Finally.
After a year?
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, other people have been waiting 2 years. Like, seriously, all the pre orders, I mean, between the pandemic and everything else, these robots got so delayed, you have no idea. But it's going to show up soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Although, I hope I haven't built it up too much in my mind.
Of course you have.
Ooh, football. But, I mean, in a way, I've let myself forget about it just because I was like, oh, this shit's never arriving, is it? So when it finally arrives, it'll be like, okay, I have a new toy. At least I hope it will be.
That'll be Moo.
Yeah. Okay, fuck it. I'm getting another slice of that pizza.
Yay. So now I'm deciding whether or not I should.
All the heck over it. I do likes me the pepperoni, I does.
Desakuta palaka postana. Patrade kalakepetatia shikaraponona.
Yeah, what you just said. See?
Okay, good.
Of course you can't see it.
Wow.
Pizza! Look at that. I got me the pizza. You can't really see it.
Oh, it's another thing I'm going to be using with my one of my videos.
What's it?
Grow bags.
What?
They're grow bags I got.
Oh. Sorry, I thought it was video making equipment, but you're talking about the stuff you're going to be filming.
Yeah. I'm
Alright.
making a mobility garden for people who can't really stand for very long. This is going to be part of the process of making it.
Wouldn't that be an immobility garden?
I suppose so.
I don't know. There's a term that's always kind of bugged me when I first heard about it: accessibility. Because to my mind, that's where you would go for all your passwords and stuff.
Okay.
Like, accessibility is usually the subtitles or closed captions or like helping out folks who are disabled or whatever. But to my mind, the word access being in accessibility is like, security. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Moo.
Oh, wow. Xander's slurping himself. Mostly his back and sides, but he's slurping himself. If humans were as flexible as cats, it would really be interesting for the porn industry.
Yes, it would be.
And then is there this kiddiness over here? Yes.
There was a line in Jim Jeffries' routine where it absolutely slayed me. He goes, but the thing is, you can't smell porn. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, The basic idea being like, if you did that stuff in real life, it probably would lose its appeal.
Yeah, huh? Hi, kitty. How you doing?
Good morning.
Testrato to Yikkida. Matrando to Yikkida City Betidie.
Yeah, no, I had to run to the store to get stuff for dinner. It was one of those late night type things, you know. We ate kind of late, so
Excuses.
Oh, gee. I forget.
Was that a Ouija board pillow?
yes, it is.
Dayukoro
I have this little one for my sewing chair, and then I have the full-sized one. Like, it's a little bit twisted on the pillow itself because like I sit with it behind me, but
Well, it looks like you don't have a plush planchette to go with it.
no, I don't. I need to make one, honestly. Like, but I just have so many projects on my I gotta get this shit done list, and I have had zero motivation at all. Like, ever since catching COVID, I have barely been at my sewing area, and it's actually really starting to get to me because like I don't know, like with my depression, I need that feeling of accomplishment of finishing a project, even if it's small, you know? Because then it's like, yeah, I got something done. I was productive. Yay. And then if I don't, then I start feeling depressed, which then makes me less motivated to do anything, which then makes me more depressed. Rinse and repeat
Yeah.
until it's like that fucking infinite mirror of fuckery.
Well, I mean, I got COVID right before I moved, which sucked. But my energy level was next to nothing for ages. Still haven't fully recovered, but I've been doing a lot of physical activity that seems to be revving my metabolism back up. But I hadn't had my work machines, my computers up and running. And so I've been like wasting a lot of time, not doing anything, not being creative. To the point where today I finally set up one of my work machines and finished a small project, or at least mostly finished it. I finished the graphics, but now I need to take it to Kinko's to get it printed.
Curse you, Katie. I could go broke on this Humble Bundle thing.
I'm sorry, but
joking.
I mean, to be fair, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at what they've got here. If this
That
is
sounds like the
this is-
slogan for a brothel.
Yeah.
No, so
if they,
Humble
if what they have here is commonplace, then I'm gonna have to be careful with my money here.
Yeah, so Humble Bundle, they
Oh,
support
I know what it is. It's the
Oh,
bang
okay.
for your buck part.
Ah, gotcha. So, yeah, you were just, word policing like you do.
Well,
Mhm.
no, I was just being a goof.
Yeah.
Is there anything in here that tells you what charities here we are?
Yeah, and like it rotates. It's not, I don't think it's always the same charities, but for anyone who doesn't know, Humble Bundle is a site where you can get books and games, and it can be books on things like coding. Michael once got like all of the like 4th edition D&D books, like PDF copies of them for like 50 or 60 bucks, which sorry, it was Pathfinder. He corrected me. It was Pathfinder.
Pathfinder.
Regardless, like a lot of gaming books, like where you would be spending $40 for a single like hardcover of one of the books, and he got all of the PDFs.
Well, I'm sure you could just download
Yeah.
those by hoisting the Jolly Roger.
Yeah.
Sure, but this is supporting charity, and you're getting legitimate copies of it because, like, the people that own the rights to the books, and it works for video games too. There are video games that you can get, like at the beginning of the pandemic. I got the entire Witcher series, Witcher 1, Witcher 2, Witcher 3, and all the expansions for like $20 for all of it, and I spent like 120 hours or so at the beginning of the pandemic. That was what I did to like escape the shit show that was going on outside.
See, I tried to watch the Witcher series and I could not get into it. I'm told that the games are not nearly as grimdark as the series, but still.
No, and the thing about the series is it's actually a prequel. It takes place years before the games. And I watched the series, and I just like, because I do, you know me, I love the grim dark, I love the fantasy, so that's what got me to want to look into like the books and the games. And then I watched it again after having played through all of the Witcher series, and like I put over 100 hours just in the Witcher 3 alone. I did every side quest, every DLC, I did it all. And it was even more amazing, you know, the second time around. Like, I enjoyed it because Henry Cavill is like, but, well, I mean, you know, as somebody that bets for both teams, I mean, Yennefer's pretty nice too, not gonna lie.
Well, the first time I heard of his existence was when people were totally ripping on the bad CGI mustache removal in Superman.
Yeah.
Oh.
But he's a huge nerd, and he actually wanted to play Geralt, like, because he's played the games, he's read the books, and he loves the character.
Funny thing
And it's
is-
great.
Much like in Westworld, there are a lot of naked people.
Funny thing is, with Henry Cavill playing Superman, he actually pulls off the Clark Kent disguise.
Yeah, he kind of does, because he does really
No.
look like a different person a bit.
Yeah, he really did it in real life. He went to the premiere of Superman with his glasses on to hide who he was, and he pulled it off. No one knew it was actually him.
Well,
that's
you know,
just
the
good.
thing is, I have to object. Like, I didn't see the Superman movie he was in, but I have to object to how much they fucked around with the costume. I'm sorry, but I want the superhero panties. I want the primary colors, not that dull, dark, like muted shit that he was wearing. It just did not work for me. I want the like, you know, the Superman I grew up with, the Christopher Reeve,
Yeah,
you know?
I'm okay with losing the underwear thing, although it kind of defeats some of the purpose of the costume. Lighten it up, though. I would agree with that.
And, you know, I have to say, I like the gray and blue Batman. I don't like the all black suit Batman.
Yeah, but see, the all black does make a little bit more
No,
sense,
actually,
because
Yeah, but
Gotham
that
is
doesn't
really
make-
grim dark.
Still, I like the Super Friends Batman I grew up with. I'm sorry, but I do.
Actually, it makes
And
sense.
Adam West Batman?
I mean, I didn't need that level of cheese, but I do like the blue and gray Batman with the yellow behind the bat.
A dark navy blue and gray actually was better for an urban environment for hiding in than the black.
Well, yeah,
In real life.
that's why real ninjas wore blue. It was a very dark blue, because
Well,
black would have actually stood out.
real ninjas actually didn't dress themselves like that at all.
No, they dressed up
They
in
were
like
plain
disguises.
clothes.
But if they were doing,
No,
you know,
They never really did that.
anyways, what I was going to say, was, I can't wait to see like Quinn Redshift, and I want to see if there's a way to get like a mini space dragon in Quinn Redshift, because I found this pattern, and it's for making a shoulder dragon plushie.
Well, you know, it's
Yeah, that
funny you
looks neat.
mention because I love shoulder aliens. You know, I love the aliens that are like pets or companions or whatever that ride around on the main character's shoulder. I think it's fun. Now, I was actually picturing for Quinn, he would acquire an alien friend like that who's a little more like Yaphet from the Orville.
Okay. But no, I was just like, oh, we need a space dragon, and then I can make one.
Well, we'll see.
There you go. Get a star background field, little fabric, and make
Well,
a dragon out of that.
I do have some ideas for what will happen after the animation is done. There's no way to squeeze in a space dragon in the animation. I can't. But I do want to continue it, like I've been saying, as a graphic novel, and there are a lot of worlds for him to explore. So,
Yes.
you
I
know,
want
that-
space dragon.
Well, we'll see what happens, I guess. Although I am definitely not doing a space dragon that's actually like out in space. It'll be something that's on a planet. There's no way
Yeah.
I'm having one of those big ass, vacuum breathing, planet eating dragon. Not
No,
gonna
no, no, no. I'm talking like cute little, like, find it on a planet. Like, at first you think this is alien, and the egg, is gonna hatch, and somebody's chest is gonna burst open. But then it's a cute little dragon that imprints on the first person he sees and becomes shoulder mascot.
I'm almost picturing like Eddie Murphy's character from what was it, Mulan or whatever?
Mulan, yeah, kind of a Mushu. Like, doesn't talk at first, but then is snarky as hell.
Lucky.
Dishonor,
Yeah,
dishonor
or-
on you, dishonor on your cow.
or at least just design wise, visually,
So that would basically be taking like a mix of the spikes and horns on this dragon, but making it more of a serpentine dragon, because it's like you can either do a serpentine dragon with no spikes, you can do a serpentine dragon with spikes, or you can do like serpentine but with the wings and the horns.
Well, I have to
So-
admit, I'm much more partial when it comes to dragons in general. I'm much more partial to the sort of European high fantasy than the Asian sort of serpentine ones.
So
but
then closer to this one.
I guess it's a little hard to see. Actually, let me expand this window. Yeah.
Because it's got the little spikes, and then it's got wings, and then you have like your more like water serpent, and then your like floofy.
So basically, you're going with Lockheed.
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 Oh,
Yes, like that. It's so
Shadowcat's
cute.
pet alien dragon.
Yes.
was this from the
X-Men.
X-Men? Who's the human?
Kitty Pryde.
Shadowcat. Kitty Pryde.
Shadowcat.
Oh, okay.
The one who can phase through objects.
Wait a minute. Okay, Kitty Pryde. Sorry, I'm mixing up Kitty Pryde and Jean Grey.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like, except for this omnibus I'm reading right now, and also the one movie I saw, I know smeg all about the X-Men. So
Oh yeah, Kitty Pryde won't show up in that omnibus.
yeah. I mean,
She's a much later character.
I am glad that the guys toned down the horn dogging over Jean Grey after the first issue.
So Kitty Pryde was originally designed after a young Sigourney Weaver.
Huh. I have to admit, I've never really found Sigourney Weaver particularly attractive, at least until I saw her younger, like pre-Ghostbusters. And I also have to admit, it's mostly the hair. Not a fan of the hair. But let's face it, part of that is self-loathing, because let's face it, I mean, I know I've shown pictures of what my hair looks like if I let it do what it wants to. It's, yeah. Electrified pufferfish, explosion in a Velcro factory, koosh ball head helmet,
Classic fantasy RPG collection. Even if I don't play them, I do enjoy reading through these.
There is a game I really want to play again called Paranoia. It's like this underground bunker that was meant to be like a fallout shelter for a giant war that I think never actually happened. And it's controlled, like I say, by a computer that's gone insane and is very paranoid about like traitors and stuff, basically communists without calling them communists, like Cold War style. And so the players are all what they call troubleshooters because they go out and shoot trouble for the computer. It's very tongue-in-cheek and it's a lot of fun. But the one time I got to play it, like everyone else was into it except for this one kid who was hardcore into D&D and could not handle the fact that it was not a serious game. So the fact that everyone else was laughing and goofing and having a good time, and he's getting angrier and angrier about the game, and we're like, dude, get into it. To the point where we just sort of started royally fucking with his character, hoping that the player would start to realize that this is not a serious game at all. Anyway, I really enjoyed it, and I'd love to play it again someday.
Full sci-fi collection of books for $18.
gotta get my hands on some new books. I keep rereading the same things over and over. But it's so hit and miss when it comes to books these days.
I'm not sure if any of these are any good, but
Well, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I mean, my best example has to be Dragon Riders of Pern. I want to like it, but the writing style gets in the way. There's a lot of like free stuff on Amazon, and most of it is not worth the price of the download.
yeah, I know.
But I did find this one series, I think it's called Freedom's Fire, and either I got it for free or I got it for like 99 cents, but it's like 8 books, and I could not put it down. It was so much fun to read.
So you got Frank Herbert's High Op.
I don't like Frank Herbert. He
I know.
With your imagination, you know.
Yeah, he's very talky and drawn out.
Well, I mean, even if he wasn't, it's like I can picture like a conference hall or a dining hall without 3 pages spent on the tapestries alone. Never mind the place settings. Like I don't need all of that detail.
I hear some of Ice and Fire is the same way.
Yes. Oh, I agree. George R.R. Martin does the same thing. It's kind of like, I got to admit, I do enjoy the occasional Stephen King book, but he like goes off into these pointless digressions constantly that add nothing to the book, nothing to the story. And every now and then, like I'll find an author whose work is amazing, and I'll like latch on to what they're writing, like either right before or immediately after their death. It's very frustrating. Like there's this dude, Nigel Findlay, who wrote some of the best Shadowrun novels I've ever read, and like the very last book of his, it comes out, and I buy it. And I read it, and then I get to the end, and it's like his lover or whatever, I forget her name, saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, he's dead, so there'll be no other books. Sorry." I was like, "Oh, son of a bitch," because his writing was so good, so good. Oh, Savage Minnow is talking about Echo. Apparently, I don't know who's echoing, because Diana is muted.
Oh yeah, there is an echo.
Hold on, let me turn off my mic. You start talking. Let's see if it's you or me. Okay, remember the you start talking part?
Talking.
Okay, now I'm gonna talk.
Okay.
Like, mute yourself. Let's see what happens. Are you muted? Because if you're not, it's not gonna work. Alright, well, I don't know who's echoing, so... As near as I can tell, both Diana and Kitty are muted, so... Oh, and Mage, if you're talking, you're also still muted? Alright, well, regardless, I was very grouchy about that. There was also a children's sci-fi author that I really liked called William Sleater, and, apparently he's dead. I had no idea, and I should have, but I had no idea he was gay. But rereading some of his books, I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, that should have been obvious to me. I don't know. It's kind of funny looking back on it now. There was this one book, The House of Stairs, that he wrote. I swear, like, he was writing about this one kid who totally had a crush on another one at the orphanage, and I was like, oh. Like, I don't know why it didn't occur to me. I just never really thought of it.
Seems the echo started when Diana walked away.
Yeah, well, it's weird because she's muted. Like, or the mute icon is there, but she probably set down the headset in the wrong place. She does that. Yeah,
Gotta call my sister.
it seems, Diana, like you put your headset down in the wrong place, and there's been a ton of echo.
Okay, we tried the acting over here. On the acting, is
Oh,
this
your headset
for
wasn't
to
even
better?
Oh my gosh, no wonder it was echoing.
What?
Apparently there was a lot of echo after you left, and it seems like it was because you unplugged your headset.
Yeah, I unplugged the headset so I could hear it while I was lying down trying to take the pain away.
And it
And-
created a ton of echo.
I just don't know how that worked because I'm going to have to remember that it did it because I turned off the mic.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
I saw the mute little icon.
Yeah, so did I, but
but
well-
is it fixed now?
Check.
you'll have to check the stream.
Yeah, it's fixed now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never unplug your headset.
Okay, that's weird. It's really, really weird.
It's
Yeah, that is
probably
weird.
like an OBS thing, I bet. It's probably getting some sort of wacky feedback
Okay.
through OBS.
Okay.
That's probably it. Yeah.
It's foo-foo is what it is.
See, what you need is a recliner. So when you need to rest, you can just tilt back.
Yeah, I do need a recliner and the room to recline in it because I don't have enough room behind this desk to do it. Because I do note that if I recline in dialysis, that helps.
Well,
I can almost lay all the way back.
I know that you don't want to hear this, but if you weren't quite so married to the 2-camera format, and you just sort of did a straight up stream, you'd probably have more room because you wouldn't have to have the cameras and like, you know, you wouldn't have to have your room configured in that way.
Well,
You
I'd
can't
have
keep
to
up
move.
forward.
I'd have to move my desk a few feet toward the window,
Okay.
which I'm really not thrilled with doing. But I guess if I have to, I have to.
You know, you could get like even if you didn't get a recliner, like this is the chair. I actually have 2 of this chair. This one and then my red one. It's the same chair and actually comes with a little like leg rest like that folds up underneath the chair. Like this one I've had for a few years and the leg rest broke, so but that was because my son kept sitting on my lap and it was just way too much weight going on there with him bouncing up and down all the time. But when you have the leg rest up and you do it, like this chair reclines back really far. So you can get almost, you know, flat. Not quite 180 degrees, but pretty damn flat. And I absolutely love this chair. Like, I need extra pillows because, you know, my body is fucking broken. But still, like, it is really nice being able to recline back that far. So when I need to stretch out my back a little bit, I don't even have to get out of my chair. I can just lift the thing on the side that locks the position of the back, lean it back to where it's comfortable, and then lock it again, and it'll stay there until I need to get up. And with the built-in leg rest, even if you didn't use the built-in leg rest, you could put like an ottoman or something down there to allow you to kind of put your feet up. But this chair leans back really far, and I mean, it wasn't a cheap chair, but it wasn't super expensive either. I think it was like $150, which, you know, just a Bobo office chair is gonna run you almost $100 nowadays. So
Yeah.
I definitely recommend it because it can lean back so far, and it comes with a couple of little pillows. Like this is a detachable pillow, and then there's a lower lumbar pillow as well.
That looks basically like the gaming chair I had. And
Yeah, it's the Respawn gaming chair.
that one would recline pretty far too. I mean, it was difficult to get it back into the same position when I wanted it to be back upright, but yeah.
But like I said, it comes with a little footrest that it just slides in underneath, so you can just slide it out and flip it up, and then you have a little leg rest, so you can have your feet up and you can, lay back. And because I need so many pillows and my son's always on my lap, I kind of went with like a little a hack to it where we made a little wooden cube. Because my son is always climbing up on my lap and jumping on me, and the weight of all of my pillows and everything like that, we just made a little cube with a little like roller balls underneath, so that it goes under the ottoman so that it rolls with it. So it's just like one solid unit now, which works great for my computer chair where I spend most of my time, because like that's my most comfortable place in the house, like even more comfortable than my bed, because I can recline and adjust just right with all the pillows and the whole shebang I've got going on there. But it's still a very comfortable chair. Like I said, just because of the hypersensitivity of my leg, I need extra cushioning, but it is a very comfortable chair, and it reclines back really far, and it's like $150, and you can get it delivered from Amazon to your front door, and it doesn't take very much to put it together either. It's pretty simple.
The only thing I don't like about those chairs is that the neck pillow back there is so hard to get and keep in the right position.
Well, this one, there's actually holes there, so for me, it is the right position to have it in between my shoulder blades. Because it's got the little holes there, like it pretty much stays there because it can't really go anywhere else. And it gives me like support here, especially when I'm leaning back. I don't use that pillow as much unless I'm leaning back, and then when I do, it goes right to my neck area, and it's amazing.
Well, I would always try to sit back in my chair with my back against it and my head resting against something so I wasn't constantly holding my neck up. And no matter what I did, that pillow seemed to get in the way. Either it gave me a headache or my neck started to hurt or something. Every now and then I'd get it in the right position, and I'd try to use those little strappy things to keep it there. And of course, as soon as I let go, it would fall a little bit and not be in the right place. It was just beyond maddening. I don't know. I like the chair I have now. It's pretty comfy.
Then again, they have, and it also has wheels, so you can scooch it around as you need. However, they do have another option, but it's $100 more. But it actually has more of a recliner, rather than being something that slides out. It is actually a recliner gaming chair, but it's stationary. It's got a solid base as opposed to being on wheels. But even still, I will copy the link for both of them, and share them in the private chat. It's just something to look into, and maybe you could find something comparable for cheaper. It's just, I was thinking about grabbing the recliner version, to replace this chair. Or maybe even to replace the other one. Yeah, I highly recommend this chair. I have one, Chris has one. Well, technically I have two. And again, it's a little bit more than a cheap office chair, but it's not that much more. And the fact that it does recline really far back, and if I take away my extra pillows, which again, this here is an adjustable lumbar support that you can move up and down as you need it. And I love this chair. I do. Don't let me having all these pillows make a difference, because even if I was on a super plush comfy couch, I would have a bunch of pillows.
Recommend the first one or the second one here?
I own two of the first one, and Chris two of the second one. and Chris owns one of the second ones. So we have 3 of them in the house.
Yeah.
I want to get the first one just because, you know, it looks really, really comfy.
Yeah, it
but
does.
I can't justify it until, you know, one of these breaks. And
Yeah.
like I said, the leg rest on this one broke. But again, that had the weight of like, you know, a bunch of pillows and my 60-pound son jumping on my lap constantly. If you're not putting a lot of extra weight on it, it's fine. But if you do put a lot of extra weight on it, it's just like metal rods, like 2 metal rods that like hold the footrest.
Yeah, I gotta eventually replace my chair, and I'm just not gonna be able to afford to get the same thing I have because this is something my dad bought, and he went all out with spending money on this thing.
But like I said, I very much recommend this chair. I love it. This was the one that I had, and then my dad bought me a new one because my dad is really good to me, you know. When the footrest on this one broke, he bought me a new one, and that's when we're like, all right, we're gonna make the little cube so it doesn't happen again. You see how he is, like, this is him, like, all day, every day. He is my cat that comes and jumps in my lap. My 60-pound cat that wants to perch in my lap.
Well.
He does cat very well. Are you a cat?
I'm good.
You are good. Of course, you're always good.
Of course you're good.
Almost always. But you're my best boy, and I love you. You want to go play with your Legos? All right.
And
Tiedätkö, postata ikädessä nimet roto.
I've got a Xander on my lap, but you can't see him.
That's because he's invisible.
No, it's because he's dark. Well, it's not even dark in here. It's just that stupid meat is not dealing with the the light darkness.
Looks like
Oh,
you
well.
got all your lights out in the place.
Except I kind of don't. Oh, well, what you gonna do? Hey there, Mr. Xander. Oh, you look like you're either happy or wanting to leave. It's funny how much that looks the same on him sometimes, but if he's really happy about being petted, he smiles. Like, you can really see him smiling more than any other cat I've ever had. He just looks like he's got this big old shit-eating grin.
That's like my son's dog, Sakura. Like, you know, you call her a good girl, and her eyes get all squinty and her mouth curls up. She gets this derpy-ass look on her face. Like, she's the derpiest looking dog, but she's so fucking sweet. Like, I love that dog. And I'm not a dog person. Like, I mean, I love all animals. Like, animals are superior to people, full stop. But I am definitely more of a cat person than a dog person.
There's a bit of evolution that those muscles that allow a dog to give the puppy dog look, those don't exist on wolves.
Well, you know, I mean, I do sometimes wonder if I'd be dog people if it weren't for that horrible incident when I was a toddler.
For me, I don't like wet dog smell. So like when you let them out to go to the bathroom and like it starts to rain or whatever, like I'm not a huge fan of like that wet dog smell.
And you know what creeps me the hell out? Is like you look at, say, a golden retriever, for example, and you look at the sides of their mouth, and they have that weird shredded roast beef like looking skin folds coming off of their mouth. You know what I'm talking about? That creeps me out so hard. You have no idea.
Oh yeah, I forgot the recliner version, like the one that is more expensive. It has a cup holder built into the arm.
Yeah, I saw that.
A recliner version of a golden retriever? What?
No, of the
I know,
chair.
I'm
Sorry, I
kidding,
was
I'm
looking
kidding,
at the chair.
I'm kidding. Come on. Although imagine a dog with a cup holder.
Yeah, that would definitely be something to see.
Mm.
I bet my bird
I've got
would
2
love
cup
that
holders.
cup
They're
holder.
called hands.
Oh, that reminds me. My sister sent me a TikTok, and it is of a cat that is like a little T-Rex because he has no front legs.
Oh.
So he moves around like a little T-Rex, and I want him. He's so cute.
I've seen cats like that before.
like a thalidomide kitten.
Here, I'll share it in our group DM.
You know, I remember there was a time when we called them PMs, as in private messages. DM in my head will always be Dungeon
Dungeon
Master.
Master.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about it.
And GM, General Manager, or Game Master.
I've never had a general manager, so to me it's always Game Master.
But yeah, if you look, the cat's name is Duck. And he is the cutest friggin' thing.
That does look like a T-Rex.
He looks like a T-Rex.
Or one of the Mousers from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon back in the day.
Yeah, I see
Like-
that.
Look at him! He's a little T-Rex kitty.
I remember seeing video of like a puppy whose like I think it was back legs were broken, and so they made this little like wheeled cart for
I
for him to
remember
sit in, and
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Or the dolphin that they made a prosthetic fin for.
I think I didn't see that one.
They made a movie about it and everything. It was called like Dolphin Tale or something like that. Hey,
No, I remember Shark Tale, but I don't think I saw that either. It's funny, I got that big shelf for all my DVDs and Blu-ray and shit. And while I was stocking it, I realized that I had like 3 copies of the 11th season of The Big Bang Theory for some reason. And I found a whole bunch of duplicates that I owned, and I don't know why. Although I know one of them was like, I was trying to find the 1980s version of The Blob and found it on a 4-movie collection, so I bought it. And then without realizing that there was another movie I wanted to see on the same collection, I bought that collection again for the other movie. And so now I have like 2 copies of that. And so I have this whole box of just redundant discs that I should like take to a secondhand place or something, give them away somehow, maybe sell them off. I don't know.
You might be able to bring them down to like your local VA, because I know they'll take in like books and other like media to basically give out to the vets.
I don't know. I mean, don't vets make a pretty decent living? I mean, I've been to a couple of veterinarians with my cats, and they seem pretty well off. Kidding. Sorry. Every time someone says vets, my brain goes there, even if I don't say it. And on rare occasions, it goes to Corvettes. But yeah.
Not a Chevette?
No, for some reason, no. But I hadn't thought of what you said. I mean, I really just hadn't thought of it. I don't really remember veterans that much because I was raised by hippies. But no, it's not a bad suggestion. And they probably do have a veterans thingy somewhere nearby. I know there's like an Air National Guard base. So, I mean, we're not really a military town, but still.
Well, there's usually a VA, hospital or clinic in just about every town.
Well, if there isn't, I'm sure there's some other, like, I don't know, like what do they call orphanages these days?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
An Iganapro?
And a what-a-who?
Iganapro, orphanage spelt backwards. Did you
Oh.
never read The Lion's Paw in
I
school?
don't think I've heard of it.
So The Lion's Paw was a book that I was forced to read in school, and it's about these 2 orphans that, they are looking for a lion's paw, which is a type of shell, because like they believe it'll grant them a wish. And it actually takes place like here in Florida, like in like Myrtle Beach area.
Okay.
And they call the orphanage the Iganapro because the sign that says orphanage to the outside to them is, backwards.
Ah.
So that was just remembering stuff I read in elementary school.
I remember stuff I read in elementary school. I remember stuff I read in middle school, but it was none of that stuff. I mean, like I've said before, school seemed to be doing its damnedest to beat the desire to read out of me. And if it weren't for the love of sci-fi and fantasy, I probably never would have read a book since school.
See, I love reading.
I mean,
Like,
so do I, but like when they make you read like fucking Little Women and Anna Karenina and the Grapes of Wrath and To Kill a Mockingbird, and I'm sitting here going, where's my spaceships and robots and aliens and laser guns? Damn it. Where's my dragons and elves and swords and magic? Damn it. You know, it's like school made me want to hate reading, or rather, school wanted to make me hate reading because they made me read shit that didn't interest me in the least.
Here's
You
some
know?
Shakespeare.
Oh, fucking Shakespeare. Ugh. Don't get me started.
I was at least fortunate that we got to read Robin Cook in high school, and like I still to this day am a huge fan of his work. He's a doctor turned author, and the first book of his that I ever read was called Toxin, and in it, you have a cardiologist who's yes, baby, you have to do it gently. Um, his daughter ended up eating at a fast food restaurant, and the meat was undercooked, and she ended up getting E. coli infection, like really bad, and she dies. And so he starts doing an investigation along with, this like journalist or whatever. And apparently there was like, contaminated meat because they weren't following proper protocols for the way that they were essentially killing and harvesting the animals. And so just the little bit undercooked burger was enough to kill her and a bunch of other people. And like it's shady big business. So there's like a little bit of like a corporate espionage. Can't English today. Element to it, plus like medical stuff. And again, I wanted to be a doctor, so like the medical side of things very much interested me. He also did another book where essentially insurance companies were basically paying assassins to go and kill people who were having routine procedures like stealthily, because they did the cost benefit analysis that, oh, this person is overweight and a smoker, he's getting a knee replacement, let's kill him now because he's going to cost us a lot of money in a few years.
Sounds like extreme copay.
Yeah.
I remember reading a lot of Edgar Allan Poe in high school.
And none of this sounds like the kind of thing I'd seek out, though. I mean, like I said, spaceships, lasers, alien guns, aliens, all of that. That's what really got me going.
I have one you might like.
What's that?
It is called Flesh and Silver by Stephen L. Burns. It's one of my favorite sci-fi books, and it is about these surgeons that they're called the Bergman surgeons, and they have their arms amputated and are given silver prosthetics that they can check vitals on people, but then they can remove them, and using kind of like a phantom limb type thing, they are trained to essentially use phantom limbs to repair damage to people on like a cellular level. And not only are they like incredibly prized because they can fix things that nothing else in the galaxy can. So they are kind of nomadic, where they're kind of like going around from ship to ship, case to case, where they're fixing them. But they're also very mistrusted and kind of like shit on. It's like they'll be mistreated and shit on, and like people talk bad about them until they need them. And then all of a sudden it's like, yes, come fix this person.
Okay, now I know I haven't read this, but that sounds really, really, really familiar, like as a theme. Where it's like, we need these people, but we also really don't trust them. It sounds, actually, in a way, isn't it not too far off from The Witcher?
Kinda, yeah.
Kind of.
I mean,
same basic principle of, othering people until they are of use to you.
Mm-hmm. Like, thinking about it, obviously when you're a kid and you hear about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, it's supposed to be like, oh, so heartwarming and all that shit. Now they accept him despite his difference. But honestly, Rudolph should have told them all to get stuffed. Oh, yeah. Now you need me? Now you need me? Oh, forget it. You guys teased me about this constantly. And now all of a sudden, nah,
Yeah,
no.
no, you should have said, get fucked, literally. Like, fuck Christmas, fuck the kids, don't care. Like, you guys are
Mhm.
assholes. It's your
No,
fault.
then again, no, it wasn't really the kids' fault. I mean, it was the other
Well,
reindeer.
yeah,
So you don't really want to screw them over.
but it's like okay, I know they say, and then all the reindeer loved him. Well, that's pretty self-serving, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, we didn't care about you until you were useful. It's like, what if after he does all those deliveries, and they're like, well, we're not going to need you again next year unless it's cloudy, unless it's too snowy, all of that. It's like it seems like the acceptance could be very, very easily temporary.
Well, I mean, and it kind of goes beyond that too, like, because it is very much, how useful you are, but I mean, yeah, like it's more than just self-serving. It goes to like how society like is very ableist and just really mistreats disabled people because they are seen as less than human because they're no longer productive members of society. They're not contributing enough. They're not clocking in at a 9 to 5, working 40 hours a week, going and coaching little league, and running track with like they're limited in what they can do. And especially if they are disabled to the point where they cannot work, then they are seen as less than a full person.
Yeah, I get that. I hate how this world's built around the 9 to 5 job rather than what you actually can do.
And even if you are making decent money, but you have to like apply for something that's income based or like where your income matters, and you're not working a 9 to 5, like say you're getting your money from Patreon. These agencies have not caught up to the 21st century yet.
Yeah,
So
I've
when you
noticed
can't
that.
hand them a pay stub, they lose it.
Or, you are not allowed to have, make more than $1,800, $2,000, and they check your bank account every month, if you're on disability.
Yeah, I get
And
that.
if you have more than $2,000 in your account, you can't save for a rainy day. You are expected to live in abject poverty because if your account goes over $2,000, you will not get paid.
Well, the truth is that, like in San Diego, I was on the deed for my place and it didn't matter because San Diego only looked at your income. But here in Vermont, they look at your assets. And so I'm technically renting this place from my father for $0 a month, but I'm not an owner, right? And like there's a lot of other little things like that. There's actually a slightly scammy thing that we're doing where it's like, because I need rental assistance, quote unquote, they have like they're giving us $1,800 or $1,600 a month to help me with the $0 of rent I'm paying. It's kind of screwy, but I don't know. It's gaming the system. It works.
Or if I make 2,000 in a year, they'll kick me off of disability.
Mm,
Not a month, a year.
that's crazy.
That's enough to live off of, right? 2,000 a year.
2,000 a month is barely enough to live off of, depending on where you live. I mean, maybe if you're in a shack in West Virginia, but like, it is not like when you factor in all the costs, like just food alone, like food and other like ancillary things that you need, like toilet paper and toiletries and things like that, and like a cell phone bill because you need a phone in this day and age. Like you need access to the internet, like in this day and age. Most places you can't even go pay your power bill. Like they'll charge you a fee if you try to pay it over the phone, and you can't go down and pay it in person, so you have to do it online.
It's kind of insane. And I mean, like, food here in Vermont, so much more expensive than in California. You have no idea. Like, some things are triple the price. And I'm not even being hyperbolic on that one. So, I
In a
mean,
way, it kind of makes sense because Vermont's not really growing a lot of food. Yeah, you got cows, you got maple trees, but like California has crops, so it does
mhm.
have to travel farther to get there.
Yeah, but it still makes it harder to live. It's actually part of why we're doing the thing of rental assistance, because that way I can actually have enough money to buy, food. I mean, I'm hoping one day my, animation on my channel takes off. I have to make more. The move put, like a delay on making more animation. But I'm really hoping that, I mean, because let's face it, animation is probably going to be more popular than atheism on YouTube. So I'm really hoping to start making some bank on that. And that would be a really good way to, further my career and all of that. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. And I'm hoping I'm making the kind of animations people want to see. I mean, let's face it, the last episode of Head Meats didn't even crack 1,000 views. So, makes me a little worried about what will happen with Quinn Redshift. I don't know if that will get popular or not. Like, what if I release it before my channel is popular enough and, like, nobody watches it? So, it's something I have been thinking about. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, it really sucks, like, just how easy it is for people to fall through the cracks in our society, you know?
It's designed
like,
that way.
yeah, because society doesn't actually care about the individuals. They just care about, the cogs of the machine, which are replaceable, and every individual person is a cog. You get broken, then they'll just rip you out, toss you to the junk pile, and toss in a new cog.
Mm-hmm. There's not a lot you can do about it, is there? I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of completely smashing capitalism, because I don't see the world making a lot of the things that I really enjoy without capitalism. It's the predatory capitalism I don't care for. It's the people who don't have a sense of enough, where
Yeah.
they're like, you know what, I like, seriously, I've said it many times. After a while, money just becomes a way of keeping score, and that's it. And I don't like that aspect of capitalism, but I don't know how to filter those people out, or to cap like the number of assets you're allowed to have or something, without falling into tyranny yourself. So I mean,
Well,
Yeah, it's
I
the
don't know
predatory
what to do
capitalism
about
I have an
I don't know
issue
what to
with,
do about
yeah.
any of it, because I
I
mean, how do you have, like, say, the movie industry or the video game industry without a profit motive? I don't know.
That's true. You can't really have the movie industry without a profit
I mean,
motives.
you would have to reevaluate and consider it art, but also if you were to have like worker owned co-ops, I think that is like the way that we move forward until we find some sort of post-capitalist system that actually does work. I mean, right now we are on a fast track to headed to not the Federation of Planets, which, while imperfect, was still, one of the best case scenarios for us as a species, because fallible humans. But we are now headed towards the libertarian hellscape that is Mad Max, where you have climate catastrophe and water wars and fucking people dying by the billions.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't know what to do about it short of setting up guillotines and going all French Revolution.
I mean, again, other than like really investing in things like, community projects like community gardens to help with like food scarcity, because there are a lot of food deserts, to just help people in general, switching from a corporate system to a worker owned co op system where you are kind of bypassing the need for a union, because you don't really need a union if you're part of the boss, like if it is a democratized workplace. And also using, that from like kind of a bottom up thing, because that's something we can do. We can like, well, bottom and middle, because you'd have to have some capital to start like a co-op, but like community gardens, like, and those kinds of things we can do from the bottom. Then the co-ops would be from the middle, and then from the top down approach you would have to do legislation for things like price controls for housing, because it is out of fucking control. Like, an entire generation's been priced out of the housing market, and that's if you could even find a house to buy that hasn't already been bought by hedge funds on Wall Street to rent out, because a, a worker is much more vulnerable and much more likely to just accept whatever work that they will be given if they're paying, 2, 3, 4 times what they would for a mortgage for rent, or else be homeless.
Well, but here's one of the problems, though, and I don't know how this is soluble, is I'm not a gardener. I'm a lousy gardener, and I hate that kind of work. I'm an artist. I'm a computer artist. That's what I know how to do. That's what I want to do. So, like, if there's a community garden, a community owned garden, but my skills are not very transferable, how do I eat?
Well, it's not about it's not about just you don't get to eat because of that. Like, there are other things that you could do. It's not just the garden. Like, there are other things you could do in the community. Like, honestly, like helping, go do grocery shopping for an elderly or disabled neighbor. Like, it's about like having our communities like actually like work together and contribute what you can. If you don't have the skills for gardening, there's something else that you could do, even if it's coming up with like art to
Basically, the
make
method
things pretty.
basically the method used in the Orville.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. I guess if I were the entertainment division of the community, I'm totally down with it. If like I'm one of the like part of the morale corps,
Yeah,
I could do that. I could all kinds of do that.
I would handle gardening and handling animals. You would handle, entertainment.
Oh, that could work. I mean, I do hate the idea of someone like saying, "Yeah, but we want this kind of art out of you," where it's like I don't get to pursue my own vision, you know?
I mean, but it's not like you would be doing that 24/7. Like, I
Actually,
mean,
it kind of would be.
in my ideal, you wouldn't have a 40-hour, 60-hour work week. Like, that is, especially in this day and age, just not really necessary, you know?
Well, I mean, it's not for me at least. It's not a matter of necessary. It's a matter of I enjoy it. I mean that's part of the appeal of being an animator is it's my hobby as a job. I mean, hell, I've worked in video games and that was awesome. Getting to actually make the kind of thing I love to play was amazing. So I mean, that's really what I want to do. I mean, I don't know how many people get to pursue their passion as a living, but I mean, hell, even being a
Sadly,
video
not
game
enough.
tester was pretty nice.
Not enough people get to pursue their passion as a living.
Just imagine if you could find several other people who had similar passions. You just work on each other's projects.
Yeah, like you could, do art for, cutscenes for video games. Like, you could very much, be in the entertainment and morale division, where it's like you're working with other creative people, like video game designers or other animators.
It's funny you mentioned cutscenes because, I mean, my first job working on a video game was as a cutscene scripter.
So it'd be like you get a team of people working on Quinn Redshift, for you, and in exchange, you go and work for whatever the project they like.
I mean,
The give and take.
technically, my first job in video games was not working on games, but was actually as a developer support for a licensable game engine. And I mean, that was not a bad job either. But yeah, like my first actual video game production job was a cutscene scripter. Then after that, a level designer. And I have to admit, being a cutscene scripter was kind of fun. I mean, most people look at it as like the drudgery job, but honestly, it was like being a movie director. You know, I mean, it was like camera angles and timing and all kinds of stuff. I enjoyed it. And it is always kind of funny. Like, have you ever had a time where they wanted to promote you, but promoting you meant not being able to do the stuff you wanted to do, and so you like wanted to turn it down? It's only happened to me like once or twice, but it has happened.
I've been disabled since I was, 20. So, I mean, granted, I worked quite a few jobs before then, but they were all, customer service
Yeah.
based stuff. Like
it reset itself to the blank screen. Is there anybody still there in the audience?
No idea. Probably not, because they had no audio or video for an hour.
It says watching.
Well,
It says 5 watching now.
There's 5 people watching a blank screen for an hour, huh?
I don't know.
that sounds like it ought to be a metaphor for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very artsy.
Well,
No.
like wasn't there some story? I'm trying to remember where, like maybe I'm even thinking of Life of Brian. I'm not sure where, something seemed to be like really boring, and it was like people were starting to leave, but then it goes blank, and everyone goes, "Wait, what was about to happen? What was about to happen?" So they're all sitting there watching the blank screen, expecting more. Or something like that. I'm not sure what I'm thinking of, but there was something.
Oh
I'm
my.
sure that was White Life of Brian.
I mean, that sort of thing did sort of a little bit happen in Life of Brian, because he's doing the fake preaching to not
Ow.
get caught by the
Oh,
Romans.
that part, yeah.
And then, like, you know, he's like, and to them shall be given. And then he just climbs off the stage, and they're all like, what? What was it? Say it. What was it? You're the Messiah. You know, all that stuff. That's a great flick. But I swear there was something like that, almost like that scene in the Truman Show, where you know they cut the transmission because like everything went too wrong, and now people are staring at this blank screen, going, "What the hell happened?" You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't seen the Truman Show.
Oh, you are so fired.
Like, it was kind of depressing, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it was twisted, but depressing. I don't see the depressing part.
Because so many fucking people were so invested, like the entire world was in on it, but Truman.
Mm.
And, like, everybody was fine with it,
Well, not
except for one
everybody.
person. Well, like, one person, really.
Well, no, there were multiple. I mean, there was that one part where someone parachuted in.
All right, fine. There were a couple of people, but the vast majority of the world seemed fine with letting this person live a lie.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure depressing is the word I would use for that, but it is kind of demented.
Kind of wondering. I can't remember how the show went. If the whole world was in on it, or if it was just the studio.
Well, I mean, everyone knew what was happening. I mean, they knew it was a real guy.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I can't remember if everybody knew what they were putting him through or not. It was real or.
Well, they were watching it happen in real time, and I'm not
They
sure.
knew that
He was the only non-actor. Like that was the whole selling point of the show. Is this guy who spent his
Okay.
entire life in a world of our creation?
Now, the part that really got
It's been a
to
while
me
since I've
about
seen the
it, like
movie,
this
so.
is the part that weirded me out. They picked someone to be his wife. Like he was obviously crushing on what's her face, who was trying to have him freed, but they kept forcing Meryl on him. And when you think about that, she was cast to be married to a guy who was going to be screwing her. Like they were going to get married or even fake married, and obviously they were going to have sex. She had to either volunteer for that or they made her do it or something. That was the part that made me go, now wait a minute.
I mean, to be fair, she could have at least said no, and sure, she might have been recast or not gotten the role, but you're allowed to do that. I think it was even worse for Truman because he wasn't giving informed consent. Like any sex they had was rape because he
mean-
was not able to give informed consent.
But I mean, the just either way though, it's like I can't even imagine auditioning for that role, though. You know, thinking, okay, this person I'm not actually in love with is going to be boinking me on camera, and sure they'll cut away. But it's still part of the role. It's something you have to do, unless they lie to Truman about the birds and the bees.
Just
Which
find
is possible, but like that's your demisexual showing. Like, I mean, honestly, porn stars do it all the time.
you just find
Well,
some.
yeah,
poster-
but I don't know. Is there some part of it just it seems twisted to make it your job? I mean, okay, if the customers are willing, like you work at a brothel and they show up for it, I'm like, not my thing, but you do you. But in this case, it just seemed extra creepy to me.
She was the only one able to give informed consent because, again, she could have walked off the set. She could have said, I don't want to do that. Like, he was not able to.
I know, but I mean, I'm just even thinking on a conceptual level. The fact that the studio knew that they would have to cast someone who was willing to do this. It was weird to me. Some part of my brain rebelled against that idea. But I mean, there's a lot of things like that in this and other movies and stuff where it's even books. Like okay, I was talking about that children's author William Sleater a while back, and there was this book he wrote called House of Stairs, and it's basically like these kids are being put through this Pavlovian thing to see if they can be trained and all of that, and they're all teenagers, and like they're left alone. There's no adult supervision whatsoever, and all of this stuff. And he just sort of glosses over the fact that these girls are going to need tampons. You know, it's like it doesn't come up at all. And I'm like, they're teenagers being kept in this place for months and months and months. Their clothes get filthy, everything. Someone somewhere would have said, hang on a sec. You know, it seemed like just a detail he forgot about or didn't think about or whatever.
Well, it was a male author, so probably.
Yeah.
We got our picture back and everyone leaves.
That
Yeah.
works.
Oh, here's somebody who came back.
Yeah.
We got two people.
Doc Workrex is back. Hello.
Tayu korostu.
I mean, granted, I am definitely not one to insist on realism in my fiction. I mean, let's face it, a lot of the sci-fi I prefer is the stuff that decides to gloss over the scientific details in the name of storytelling or fun or action or whatever. As long as there's an internal consistency, I don't mind. But every now and then there's something where it's like, hang on. There's no way you can just gloss over this one particular detail. It's too much an intrinsic part of life. You have to address it in some fashion.
The only thing I could think of is if they were putting hormonal birth control in, you know, the water supply or the food or something, or if they gave them like the Depo-Provera shot or something similar beforehand.
Actually, come to think of it, it did take place in the future. They could have done something to these kids. I mean, before they put them into this weird, bizarre maze-like stairwell, they could have done something medical to them. I mean, it was definitely
maybe forced hysterectomies.
Something, maybe, I guess.
Yes, so either it was a depot shot, like a long-acting depot shot, or they were sterilized. They had forced hysterectomies.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make your thing grimdark all of a sudden.
No, it was already pretty grimdark. Like I said, it was pretty dystopian. I mean, like they mention that most of these kids were raised in like underground corridors and stuff, and like one of the kids reminisces about like living out in the woods before this whole horrible experiment started happening to them and stuff. So I mean, it was very sort of THX 1138 kind of stuff going on, you know.
Moo.
It's George Lucas's movie before Star Wars.
Okay.
Okay, Logan's Run. It was very Logan's Run. How about that?
Tayu korostu. I actually saw that one.
It's funny. I remember liking it as a teenager. I tried watching it now, and I was like, my gosh, this is slow.
It is kind of slow.
It was the same thing with the Omega Man. I tried watching that, and I was like, interesting story, but get on with it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Omega Man was also kind of slow.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the movie, but yeah.
It's funny to me how many different ways I Am Legend has been told, because apparently it started out as a vampire story, and then the Omega Man, and then the Will Smith version. The Will Smith version, unfortunately, sanitized what was a much more interesting ending.
Yeah, because he turned them more into like monsters, whereas in Omega Man they could actually speak. Like, it
Well-
was obvious they were much more intelligent.
Well, that's the thing is like in the Omega Man, it wasn't even really clear what they were. It just seemed like they were some sort of cult. But the thing is, in the Will Smith movie, originally they came off as monsters, but it turned out that they were much more intelligent, and that the legend was him, and he was the monster for everything he was doing to them. That he was their boogeyman.
That's
He was
actually-
their monster.
Yeah, that's actually how the book went. It turned out the guy who thought he was fighting off all these vampires, he was the villain of the story.
And the Will Smith version, like as I understand it, they even filmed that, and the studio said no,
It was-
that's not
yeah, it
how
was
this goes.
too
They are
dark.
the monsters. He is the hero. You're not allowed to have the more thoughtful ending.
I
And
really
yeah,
need to find
Rex,
my
I'm
symbol.
surprised Logan's Run hasn't been remade yet too. Although I gotta tell you, the one thing about Logan's Run that I thought was really stupid was that the light was on their palm. That makes no sense. It should have been like the back of the hand or on the wrist or something. Just because
That way
on
you
the
could
palm,
hide
was
it,
so
yeah.
much in the way. Well, not even hiding it. It's just really going to be in the way on your palm or in the way. You know, I mean, this thing sticks out a lot. I know I have a difficult time with like a wrist brace on using a proper computer mouse. It just slides out from under the wrist brace part, like the part that's on my palm. I can only imagine how much that light would get in your way, you know?
Yeah.
So
All right. And is done.
Our final product is
Well, I said it was something to help my son with practicing tying shoelaces.
yes.
The Flustu.
So, 2 different shoelaces, so we can do it side by side, like at the same time. And it's got some heft to it, so like as you're tugging on the laces, like it'll stay in place.
and also if he starts misbehaving, you can thwack him upside the head with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No.
Well, you can.
Yeah, not my thing. I
Well, I
don't
didn't say
believe
you
it.
would. I said you can.
Nothing,
Yeah,
put them in
but
place
there are
like a
lots of
sack
things
full
I
of
can
oranges.
do. I can become a serial killer and go on a murder spree killing people that I feel don't deserve to live.
Box of
Not
post-
gonna,
box
but I
of post
could.
toasties found
Well, yeah.
dead. Serial killer suspected. Lord
I
11.
don't know. I could never be a serial killer. Maybe a serial eater.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Rice Krispies.
Technically, aren't you already a serial eater because you eat regularly?
I'm not sure I eat all that regularly, actually. I just sort of nosh when I'm hungry. Not on any kind of schedule or nothing.
Well, cereal is repeated, not necessarily on a schedule.
I
Well, I still haven't
Like
had
a
dinner yet.
serialized novel, like fucking. You might not get a new edition of it for fucking 5-10 years. George R.R. Martin.
So,
Oh, he's not gonna
like-
do it anymore.
So, like, okay, I'm trying to think if any of the cereal mascots are like an anthropomorphized version of the cereal you're eating. You know, like it's not like you're eating Snap, Crackle, and Pop when you eat Rice Krispies. I'm just wondering if there's anything out there where it's like, yeah, I'm sort of eating a version of the mascot as I eat the cereal, and I can't
Yeah,
think of
you
one.
got the cannibalistic cereal.
Okay, what?
Can't
The
remember what-
cannibalistic cereal? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the cereal bits are cannibalistic. There's Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Um,
You lost me. I think
So
there's
there
a
was-
step missing.
Okay, so Cinnamon Toast Crunch had quite a few commercials over the past few years where they actually like it'll be the little cereal and it's like anthropomorphized where it's got a face and then they'll eat each other.
Gotcha.
So they're cannibalistic.
Well, I remember, okay, there was this primitive CGI animation way back in the 90s called Grinning Evil Death, right? And there's this superhero, I forget his name, and wow, okay. And
Yeah.
he's like advertising this cereal called Mighty O's, and he holds up one of the little like sort of O's, and it's got eyes, he's like shaking around in his hand, and it's freaking out, and then he munches it down, and so yeah, um,
Yeah, this is from one of the commercials they did a while back.
gotcha. Let's see. Let me see if it's got to be on YouTube. Grinning Evil Death. Yep, there it is. All right, I'm going to turn the sound off because it's clear that that'll be a problem. A tab. Grinning Evil Death. There it is. Okay. So, like it starts with this commercial. You can see it's pretty primitive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can see how they're all, they're pretty clearly alive. All right, so here we go. Is a
Oh, jeez.
yeah. It gets into this whole thing where a giant cockroach, like robot cockroach, starts attacking everything, and like the kid has to save the day because the superhero dude, I forget his name, gets very, very, very killed. Like, yeah, well, anyway.
Kid puts a
Yeah, see, there he is. There we go. So he's laughing at the cockroach and gets quite messily destroyed.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, if I remember right, that first aired on MTV's Liquid Television back in the day.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a Liquid Television thing.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one though.
Well, it was a long ass time ago. I mean, literal decades ago. So.
I thought I had watched all of them too.
Well, you could have forgotten.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. I don't know. I only saw it because there's this like animations, like there were 3 or 4 different VHS tapes of animation compilations. Like I think this was made by the same people who did the Mind's Eye videos, which are all on YouTube. And it's funny to watch them now and realize how much better at animating I am than some of those people. But it was pretty primitive back in the day, so I mean, hell, I can animate better than the Reboot TV series. Like I watch some of that now. I have the series on disc, and I'm looking and going, I know exactly what you people did wrong in those shots. So.
Oh, the Reboot was an awesome show. The animation was not great.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, unless the limits of the software were such that it wasn't possible, I know exactly what to do to fix the things they did. They're very, very, very simple fixes.
Did not like the reboot of Reboot.
It's quite possible, though, that a lot of it was software limitations.
Well, a lot of it, though, was just the way you set the keyframes. I mean, like one extra keyframe, and the one that they use just has a little bit of the bias set forward a bit to give it some hang time, and it would have fixed everything. Like basically their limbs would stop too abruptly, and I know exactly how to fix that.
It was very early. I think it might have been the first of its kind, in fact.
It was pretty early on for that type of animation, yes.
Yeah.
If not first of its kind, very early.
Well, it was the first all CG TV show, I think. It was not the first TV show to use CG. I mean, I remember Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future had some CG in it.
Oh, I used to play that all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. J. Michael Straczynski of Babylon 5 fame worked on it. And if you watch it with that in mind, you can totally see his influence all over the place.
I had several VHS cassettes of that, and I had the one of the gun ships, and I played that until the gun broke.
Yeah.
So I remember a show from back in the 90s
that I watched after school, but there were only a couple episodes of it because I think it got canceled very early on. It was called Tattooed Teenage Alien Fighters from
Oh
Beverly
yeah,
Hills.
yeah.
I don't know that one.
That only lasted one season.
It sounds like
And
they were
it's
trying to
like-
rip off Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles just
No,
with the,
actually,
just with
it was-
the-
It
just
was
with the
Power
title.
Rangers.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was
ripping
Power
off the
Rangers.
Power Rangers
no,
with
but
zodiac
no,
signs.
no. See, I'm not saying that the show itself. I'm just saying the title sounds like a ripoff of TMNT. Just the title, nothing else.
Yeah, but no, it was basically kind of a Power Rangers ripoff, but instead of being like dinosaurs that they got their powers from, they were zodiac signs. It was really interesting. Like, I'm pretty sure you can find like the trailer for it on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Well,
Actually,
I absolutely don't believe in the zodiac stuff, but I love being a Sagittarius, so I can tell people I'm a horse's ass.
Well, apparently there's a Sentai now that uses those zodiac signs.
Columbia, stop it. They want to be fed. I usually feed them 3 times a day now because they're not doing well with the solid foods, so I can't just leave that out for them. And they know I feed them right before bed. It's almost midnight. They're demanding their 3rd meal.
Okay, I will share this in the group chat. It is. That is not where I wanted
Yeah,
to share.
there were a number of spin-offs and rip-offs of Power Rangers back then.
Well, this guy I knew from Finland sent me this like intro to a Finnish TV show called Mega Mindy, and it's absolutely silly. It's like really low budget, sort of, I don't know, Power Rangers meets like She-Ra or Gem and the Holograms or something. It was like this weird, goofy superhero chick and her sidekick. It actually, you know what it looked like? It looked a lot like Adam West Batman in many ways.
By the way, Sagittarius was one of the Rangers.
Huh.
Sagittarius, Scorpio, Taurus, and Leo were the 4 that I remember.
They should have had a Pisces who was like totally pathetic the way Aquaman is.
And like honestly, it is like if you remember the budget of the original Power Rangers and like what it looked like, and then cut that by 95%, that's what we're talking.
Is that
Yes,
it?
that's it. That's Mega Mindy. Yep.
Still better than TTAFF.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the theme song is oddly catchy. The theme song to Mega Mindy.
The theme song to TTAFFBH. Yeah.
You need a shorter
Was-
name.
Right? But it was TTAFFBH. Tattooed Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills. Yep.
Now, how are they aliens if they're from Beverly Hills? Are they not on Earth?
No, they're alien fighters. They fight aliens.
Oh.
There's also
They're
the-
tattooed teenagers with alien powers fighting aliens.
Okay, that's just
From
plain
Beverly
silly.
Hills.
All right,
It was very 90s.
What was it? Tattooed teenage? Ah, there it is.
I sent the link to the trailer into the DMs.
I gotcha. I was trying to look it up myself, and there it is. And wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so bad, but it's one of those. It's so bad, it's good. Like I
Yeah,
loved it.
There was also
Wow.
there was also Superhuman Samurai, a Cyber Squad, which had the main villain voiced by Tim Curry.
I
Which
still
Tim
at
Curry
some
always
point,
best villain.
I need to make the middle-aged microwave samurai salamanders that I made up in high school. Wow, that looks so terrible.
It's so bad, it's good though. Like if you love funny, cheesy, campy '90s shit, it's great.
My only actual Power Rangers experience, and I've told this story before, me and my friends Autumn and Tracy went to see the Power Rangers movie. It had been in the theater for a really long time. We went to the late showing. We were the only ones in the theater. So we kind of turned it into the Rocky Horror Picture Show,
That's
and the
great.
ushers came in and were about to make us leave, but then they realized that it was
No
just
one else
the
is
three of us.
there. So it's like,
So
who
they
cares?
went, fuck it, don't, But the thing the only part of the movie I remember is all the Power Rangers were getting like new powers or new totems or idols or whatever.
Yes.
And the one dude was like, I'm a frog. I don't want to be
Yeah.
a frog. I'm a frog. Like
Yeah.
that's the only part of the movie I remember at all.
Like, you know, like the
Yeah,
one that you
whereas,
missed.
like fucking Kimberly, she went from being the pterodactyl to being the crane. And it's like, okay, like, side shift there. Go from being I think it was the guy that was the T-Rex that became the frog, I think.
No,
I don't know.
Or
Is-
was it the Triceratops that became
the
the frog?
Mastodon.
Mastodon? Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, but we
don't
also have
remember
to take a
anything
moment
else.
to appreciate that, or, kind of side eye, if not appreciate, the fact that, the only Asian character was the Yellow Ranger and the only black character was the Black Ranger.
And then later
That's
on,
weird because I could have sworn the dude who was bitching about being a frog was Asian. Maybe I'm remembering
That was the second cast in the original
oh,
season.
and then later,
Ah.
and then later on they had gave Tommy Oliver or Native American in heritage and had him be the Red Ranger.
Yeah, he was originally the Green Ranger, and then he sacrificed himself
He
and became the White Ranger.
And then in Zero he became Red Ranger.
Yeah, and
And
like
then he became the Black
originally-
Ranger, or later on in another one.
Yeah, but then like in the original show, the black guy was the Black Ranger, the Asian woman was the Yellow Ranger, the white cheerleader gymnast was the Pink Ranger, the nerdy guy was the Blue Ranger, and the beefy jock dude was the Red Ranger.
From what I understand, they didn't really quite realize what they did there.
I don't know. I've had
People try-
conversations with David Yost, who played the original Blue Ranger, and not only were they incredibly awful to him as a gay
Yeah,
man, like
I've
they
heard
were
about
very
that.
homophobic, but like, because I've met him at cons a couple of times, and we actually sat down and had lunch,
Oh, neat.
because
I hear he's a nice guy.
he actually is. Like, I actually met him and Jason David Frank. Jason David Frank, I wanted to throat punch. Like, that fucking, like, he's uber Christian and very full of himself. I had the biggest crush on him as a kid, but meeting him in real life, don't meet your heroes. Or your celebrity crushes, for that matter. But David Yost, like, no, like, the guy that played Billy, the original Blue Ranger, fabulous guy. He's actually friends with a friend of mine that works in Hollywood, and that's why I ended up getting to go to lunch with him, and we had a great time. We had, a really nice conversation, and yeah, he was super sweet, but like, I am certain that they knew what they were doing by, making the Black and Yellow Rangers cast the way they were. And that it was, I will say, it was a different time in that, like, people didn't really care, like the general public didn't care, so Hollywood's not going to care, because if nobody else cares, then why would they? They're not going to be the ones to take a stand.
Well, apparently they still got called out even back in the day.
Yes, but it wasn't as big of a side eye, like, what the fuck, like, that shit wouldn't fly now.
I can think of a lot of things that wouldn't fly now. I've mentioned before about some of the kind of homophobic comments in Adventures in Babysitting. Mind you, I'm not sure. I don't know. It like, compared to some of the other stuff I've seen, it was very, very mild. But even so, it was still there. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but I
and
felt
Revenge
bad
of the
for him
Nerds,
too.
like what's his face, Takahashi or whatever, where of course he has that stereotypical Asian accent where
Mhm.
everything comes out like L's come out as R's and all that stuff, which I mean is not completely inaccurate, but the way they did it
It was really
clearly
played up.
racist as fuck,
Yeah.
It's like there's that scene, and of course he's supposed to be like culturally inept. So what's his face Booger is playing poker with him, and he keeps like cheating, and it's like and at one point, um, like he lays down a flush or something, and he goes, "I have a frush," and Booger's like, "What the fuck is a frush?" Like that. It's like it's seriously racist as hell, but I don't know. It's like the part that amuses me though is that Brian Tochi, who plays, I'm pretty sure it's Takahashi, is also the voice of Karate One from the Bionic Six, which of course is my favorite cartoon show from the 80s. Of course, as Karate One, he is completely fluent in English. So
Yeah, but didn't Revenge of the Nerds also have like some like a scene that was kind of rapey?
it did, yeah.
I haven't
Um,
seen the movie in like
well,
20 years,
the
so.
thing is, I mean, it's rapey, but also kind of like, let's put it this way: there's consent, but not informed consent. It's like she thought she was boinking her boyfriend. It turned out to be one of the nerds. When when they were done, she sort of retroactively went, "Wow, that was great. Now I'm in love with a nerd." And so it was like retroactive consent, but in the moment it all kinds of wasn't, you
Yeah, it's
know?
kind of like the scene in The Goonies, where it's like the one
Yeah,
person thinks they're kissing,
the older
someone
brother.
else.
And it turns out to be the younger brother.
But
Yeah.
it's not like he tricked her into it. Like, I don't
Yeah.
recall. I think it was just kind of a spur of the moment thing, and he's just like,
Well,
"What do I do?" You know?
she grabbed the wrong guy with her eyes closed.
Yeah, like that was kind of like an accident. Like, I wouldn't say that
Yeah.
that was rapey. Like, it was just a funny
Yeah.
accident, haha. But, like, uh the scene from Revenge of the Nerds always did kind of bug me a little bit. Because,
Yeah.
like, informed consent is a big deal for me. That's again, like, going back
Yeah.
to the Truman Show, it's why it bothered me so much, not for the actress playing his wife, but for him himself, because you can't give
Well,
informed consent when you're in
and
this situation.
and in for me, the part in the Truman Show was not so much about consent as the fact that she probably sought out that job, auditioned for that job, knowing full well what she was getting into. That to me just seems really weirdly creepy. I
Sure,
don't know.
but again, I mean, it's no different for, like, Jenna
Yeah.
Jameson seeking out and auditioning for,
Well, in a
Dick
way though,
Guzzler's, of the Caribbean or whatever. Like,
but it is different in a way because that is an explicitly like sexual role where that's the whole purpose is the sex, where like being Truman's wife, it's almost incidental in a way. It's like part and parcel, but the main idea was not sex. It wasn't like she wasn't auditioning for porn. It was just sort of something she had to do for the role. It's
true, but she
almost
would have
an
known that ahead of time.
well, I know she knew that ahead of time, but she was still like going like it's like someone saying, I want this role, but I don't want to have to blow the producer to get it, but I know I have to get it, kind of thing.
I mean,
You see
she
what
could
I'm
have,
saying?
yeah, but there were so many other roles, like,
I know,
honestly.
but I it's still, I don't know. It did not sit right with me knowing that she went into that like I don't know. There's something about it. It's in a way it did have that sort of like how many people have had to have sex with a producer to get the role they wanted, that kind of thing. It was kind of like in The Boys where Starlight ended up blowing the Deep,
Yeah.
like when she first joined the Seven, all of that stuff. It just seemed along those lines to me where it's like, here's this thing I have to do to get the thing I want to do.
In the comic, that scene was so much worse.
It
Was
was.
it? I
It was
haven't
a
read the
lot
comic.
worse.
I don't really want to read the comic until the series ends.
Honestly, the
'Cause-
comic is worse. Like, the show is actually better than the comic.
Though there are a few things I think they did better better, worse in terms from the movie to or series to
Well,
the comic.
I'm just saying is because my philosophy for a while has been watch the movie or the show first, because if you're expecting the original up on screen, you will be disappointed. I mean, that
They've
like my
already ruined that.
well, but
Yeah.
no, but that's the thing is I haven't read the comic yet. I mean, it was like with Ready Player One is my usual go-to for this. I had read the book a long ass time before the movie came out, and I'd forgotten most of it. So then I went and saw the movie and loved the crap out of it. Went and reread the book and was like, if I had read the book in prep for the movie and then watched the movie, I would have been pissed off
I think
because there was so
yeah.
much in the book. Like, I mean, there's a lot of the book that's unfilmable, but even if that weren't the case, they changed so much that
Yeah.
I would have been disappointed.
Yeah, I think you would be disappointed with the boys if you read the comic books first.
Exactly.
Especially with
So
the
I wanna-
identity of Black Noir.
So okay, fine, but don't tell me because
I'm not.
spoilers. But I want to watch the whole series and then read the comics because that way I can like both of them.
Yeah, no, they've already like gone off the rails in quite a few ways. But like
Like I said, some
in the
of it I think
show,
has actually
Black
been better in
Noir's
the show.
identity is not the same as his identity
Okay,
in the
well,
comic books. It's a separate person.
Don't tell me.
I'm not telling you what the person is. I'm
Sure.
just saying they are two separate people, so it's
All right.
completely different.
All right. All
Yeah,
right. Well, they don't really get into anything about Black Noir really
They do in season
in
3.
the boys. I mean, they did the whole thing where they showed him like sort of teamed up with Soldier Boy and all those folks, but they never really introduced you to the guy. Not really.
Well, they didn't really do it in the comics either.
Okay. All right.
You
fair
just
enough.
figure
then.
out who he is, and it's a completely different person
All right,
than
fair
in the
enough.
show.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. So it's just like I don't know. I don't know. I forget even how we got on this topic. Oh, right, the boys and the
Truman
Indian
Show.
stuff and the Truman Show. Yeah, I don't know. I still. Oh, that's right, because we were talking about the Truman Show and Starlight having to blow the deep and all that stuff. I don't know. I mean, somehow still Meryl auditioning for that role strikes me as kind of demented in a way. Like what she would have to be thinking to audition for it in the first place kind of weirds me out.
Just another job where you have to do some guy.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, again, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just see it as, it's not that different. It's instead of it just being a hardcore porno, it's more like one of those like pirates types, like the one they filmed here off the coast of Florida, where it like had CGI and it had an actual story. It was cheesy and weird, but it did have a story. It wasn't just,
Well, But I mean, even so, I think the difference is that if it's supposed to be porn, that's one thing. But she's trying to be part of something narrative, and she's really trying to be an actress, but at the same time, part of it is like I mean, I don't know. It's different somehow. I don't see it as equivalent to porn. I really don't. Especially since they're not even filming the sex. They make a point of that. Is that they cut away, they look at a fireplace. The security dude who's watching it, he's like, you never see anything. They always just, move the camera. And so she's not even having sex on camera for money. It's not porn.
then it's more like an escort. Same basic thing.
But it's still different though. I don't know, there's something about it that's different. I'm not sure I have the words for it, but it's not the same.
I mean, sure, it's not an exact one-to-one, but like I said, I feel like she had agency. She could have said no.
Yeah.
Like
She didn't
But-
have to take the role. She knew going into it what it would
Right,
entail.
well, that's also part of why I think it's weird, in a way. I don't know. It like, like how many people have thought, well, I need my big break, and this is the price to pay to get it. You know, like this is not what I would do if I had my choice, but how else am I supposed to break in? You know what I mean?
Maybe, but again, there were other roles, and
Well,
like,
but are there though? I mean, that's the thing, is you hear a lot about what happens in Hollywood, a lot about how producers throw their weight around going, you're never going to work in this town unless you do X, Y, or Z with me. You know, there's a lot of that going on.
yes, there
And
is.
it just seems like an extension of that in a way. Like, you can get this role and it's going to be a great role and it's going to be great for your career, but you got to fuck that guy to get it.
I mean, I guess it's different because it's not like she was fucking the director or the producer in order to do it.
No, well, see, that's the thing though, is
She had power over Truman. Truman didn't have power over her.
that's not the sticking part for me. Because for me, the sticking part is the getting of the job requires having sex with someone that is not your loved one. You know, I mean, it's not like she was ever really in love with Truman.
So basically,
No,
like
but
a
there are tons of
prostitute.
people who can have sex with people that they have no feelings for.
It's not this. I'm sorry, I cannot see it as the same. I mean, people who are having sex with people they have no feelings for, like in a one night stand or something, is one thing, but she was posing as his wife, and it just, there was, in a weird way, it's kind of like she goes in knowing she's going to be betraying this guy.
Yeah, that means she's not that great of a person.
Yeah, and it's hard to empathize with someone who would take that job. I just
Yeah,
can't
I don't
do it.
empathize with her at all. I think she's a villain. I
Well,
think
this is
she's
my well,
Yeah,
assaulting
she was a
him.
villain.
that's well, like I say, I think in a weird, it's just really sick, the way that she was willing to do that, that she did it, and it's clear she's unhappy about it. It is very clear she's unhappy about it. She doesn't want to be doing that job.
Well, how many women would be willing to screw a guy just for whatever money he has?
Well, I don't get that either.
Shut up, Clarion.
Uh,
Happens all the time.
I don't understand. Maybe, like you say, it's just the demi part of me, but sex is not as much of a driving force in my life as it is for other people, and it's not a currency I want to sell. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, yet there are people that have no problem, selling that. It is the oldest profession, after all. So I think it's just because I can see it from that perspective of I don't see it any different than, escort, prostitution, porn star. Like, they're all, different sides of the same coin.
I see, again, I can't agree. I can't, because well, number one, with like prostitutes and escorts, everyone knows what's going on, but also it's not an acting job the way being an actor or an actress is. It's not the same thing. You're not, it I don't know, there's just something different about it that I wish I had the words to explain it, but there's something different about the energy of it. It's
Okay,
just,
that's why I was saying it's more akin to pornography, even though the porn isn't, even though the sex scenes aren't filmed, it is still more akin to that because there is an acting component. I mean, honestly, truly, even as a prostitute, there's an acting component.
it's not this. It's still not the same to me. It's not. It's not the same as being on stage. It's not the same as being on camera with a director and all of that stuff. It's just not the same. It's because with porn and prostitution, all of that, the sex is the point. Whereas in this, the sex is incidental. It's not what you're doing, it's the price you pay to do what you're doing. You know, it's like it's a different motivation. I mean, because I can imagine someone coming up to me and saying, I can put your animations in the theater. I can make you famous. But first, you have to do this for me. And that is the vibe I get from what she's doing. Like you want to be on this globally broadcast show. You will be the female lead of this show, but here's what you have to do to get that role. It's different from someone who goes into porn who's like, you know what, I'm gonna have sex for money on camera and it's gonna be fucking awesome. That's what I'm after. It's different.
I mean,
No, I mean, Rex, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is an extension of the casting couch. That's exactly what this is. That's my point. That's why it's sick.
I don't know. I just because it's not the director saying you have to have sex with me.
No,
Like
but
it's part of the role. If it's part of the role, it's part of the role. You know that
that's
ahead
the
of
thing, though.
time.
No, but see, that's the thing is it's still a requirement of the role. Like I can imagine someone saying, I want this fame, I want the position, I want to be this well known, I want my acting to be seen by everybody. I don't want to have sex to get it, but that is the price of admission.
Well, like, okay, I mean, obviously not a perfect, analog, but just something that popped into my head. Taylor Lautner. He was going to be recast in the Twilight series because he was, the goofy kid from, the reservation kind of thing. And they wanted someone ripped to play Jacob when they start getting into the werewolf shit. And he fucking spent like 12 hours a day in the gym in order to get that fucking 8-pack and get shredded. Like he fucking put on a bunch of weight and muscle and everything like that just so that he could get that role because he knew that if he wanted that role, that was part of the role. You had to be in that physical shape. And it's not a perfect analog, but again, if you know it's part of the role ahead of time, it's not saying you have to do this to get the role. It's this is the role.
But but see, that's the thing though, is again, well, number one, I'm just gonna say it, sex is different. It just is. Like being willing to look the part versus having to have sex to get the part, even if it's part of the role. I mean, like, okay, for example, in the first episode of Stargate SG-1, they had what's her face who played the like the chick from Abydos, that I guess Daniel was in love with or whatever. They like she said, okay, yes, I know you need me to be nude in this role, in this particular part, but you don't get to actually show my whole body on camera. I'm willing to do this, but you don't get to show all of me. And then they showed all of her anyway. It seems, I mean, that's clearly a betrayal, and it just seems like I don't know. There's just something different about it. I'm sorry, I cannot see it the way you see it. I just don't. It's like, yeah, it's part of the role, but it's not. It's not the sum total of the role. It's not the point of the role. The point of the role is to play the character of Truman's wife. Now, on say a sitcom or a drama, the actors are only going to be simulating sex. But in this case, she actually has to have sex and not even on camera to have this role. I don't see that as being the same
I
as
mean, every other role was a 24/7 like investment.
What?
I mean, like a lot of the other roles were like full-time investments. Like you had the people that they were living in this town
Yeah.
with Truman,
Yeah. But
and
they're not having sex with him.
No, but what I'm saying is it's just part of the role, and it was
It's
known
not,
ahead
see,
of time.
I know what you're saying. I don't agree with your assessment of it. I really don't, I don't agree with the conclusion you're reaching. It seems to me that whether it was part of the role or not, it was still required that she like use her body to have sex with someone as like part of having to get it. I don't see it
I just feel
as,
like it minimizes what the casting couch is and like what Weinstein did because, you know, that was an actual thing where, yeah, it was, I will ruin you if you don't do this or if you speak out. Like,
no, but see,
it was a real, like, dark
yeah,
thing. Whereas this, again, like, she knew it was part of the role going into it before she even went to audition
but it
or accepted the
still,
role.
but it still doesn't change the fact that to get such a prominent role, sex was required. You know, I mean, it still is a price you have to pay to get the kind of fame that you get from a role like that. I mean, it's like let's put it this way: if the Truman Show had been narrative fiction instead of that weird pseudo documentary stuff that they actually did, she would not actually be having sex with the character playing Truman. But because it was supposed to be a kind of reality TV, to have the role, she had to have sex. It's just that part of it strikes me as demented, as weird, as terrible. That it like it strikes me as she would have loved to have had the role without having to have the sex, because it's clear she was not in love with Truman in any way. And so it just it strikes me as somehow sick. Like whether or not it was part of the role, it's clear that she could not have had the prominence as an actress any other way, at least not on the Truman Show. It's like, again, it strikes me as more a price she has to pay to get the fame, rather than something where she was like, I want to do this. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess it's just hard for me to like feel bad at all or even see it that way because again, like I see her as more like the perpetrator there because Truman was not able to give informed consent.
Well,
She is the
yes, I'm
one
leaving.
sexually
I'm leaving.
assaulting
I'm
him.
leaving Truman out of it entirely as a factor on this one. I'm focusing solely on her and her decisions and her motivations. I mean, what happened to Truman with her was, like, to me, separate in terms of what is concerning me here about an actress doing this.
I'm just
You
seeing
know,
it as
like
sort of like the
making the decision to do this strikes me as kind of sociopathic almost.
Well,
I'm
she
kind of
accepted the role to be a rapist. I
I'm
mean,
kind of seeing it
Well,
as the gold digger wife.
in a way, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know. There's just something wrong about it to me. Just even if I forget about Truman entirely, something about it, like I can't, I'm not even sure if she's the sick one or if she's almost a victim herself in a way, not of Truman, just of her own ambition.
It's a possibility.
I mean, maybe, you know, it's possible. Like a lot of people do things that they might not want to do to get a leg up. Sure, I'll grant you that. I just, you know, again, like I think that I would have difficulty sympathizing with anyone who would take that role because, I mean,
Oh, I'm not
even factor
sympathizing. I think she's fucked up.
yeah, but I'm saying like it's really hard for me to, you know, look at because one, like I know plenty of people who have or would have sex for money, you know, like prostitution, pornography, etc. So like that's not really it is what it is. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
And it doesn't
but
boggle
it's
my
not the
mind.
same. It's not the same though, because they are doing the sex for money with the sex in mind as sort of like, oh, I know I'm doing this to have like it's not, the sex isn't incidental in the way it is with the Truman Show. It's not like it. I mean, in the Truman Show, it's like secondary or tertiary to the role she's playing. Like it's a detail rather than the point. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but like, yeah, we could go back and forth on this all night, like, and there's really not a point. Like,
Well, I'm just not going to see the role she was playing as being even remotely equivalent to a porn star's role. It's just not the same thing. I mean, like, I remember, what was it, a story about one of the people playing Spider-Man who was talking to the scriptwriters, insisting that they put in a sex scene so he can make out with his female co-star. Like, that was the reason he wanted the sex scene put in there. And that's pretty sick.
yes, that is sick
You
and
know,
gross and self-serving. And
yeah.
again, like if
And
she
that,
had to, if there was like any indication she had to sleep with the director to get the role, then I'd
but I'm
be
not
fully
talking
on board
about,
with the casting
but
couch thing.
no, but see, that's the thing, is it doesn't have to be the director. It doesn't have to be the director. It's it like that's I mean, whether it was part of the role or not, it was still something she had to do to get the role. I don't see it as the point of the role. That's the difference. That's the sticking point here with us, I think, is that whether or not it was part of the role, it's not the like it's not necessarily the character she's playing on screen. She's playing someone's wife, but it's beyond the normal screen role because it has to seem real to Truman. And so it's something that she has to do the role at all. It's not like it's like the script is being rewritten, or like it's like the guy playing Spider-Man saying, I want a makeout session. It's like you have to do this as part of the role. It I don't know, it's just it's different. It really is. It's not the same as being a porn star. It's just not. Like if like the porn had a 2-hour plot and then one sex scene, okay, but it's not. That's not what happens in porn. It's
Sometimes
not the
it
same
is.
thing. It's
Like,
not the same. Look, it's just plain not the same. I'm sorry. You can find exceptions. You can find letter rather than spirit of the law all day, but it's not going to change my mind on this one because what I'm seeing is something different.
I don't know. I just like she had agency, you
Well,
know?
whether she had agency or not, it doesn't. I mean, all like the people who end up on casting couches have agency as well, but what they have is you either do this or you don't get the role, and it's the same thing here: is you either do this or you can't get the role. I mean, whether it's with the director or with Truman, it's still a kind of gatekeeping to being able to play the part.
Did I disappear for a moment?
I don't think so.
Huh, weird. I
I wasn't
had,
really looking though.
I suddenly had a disconnection.
Weird.
I don't know.
Anyways, it is getting late. It is 12:30.
Dosakoreke, para cá.
And
And
I
I,
had cats who were giving me a look like, you're supposed to have fed us a long ass time ago.
I should have fed myself a long ass time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
remember.
I'm getting hungry too.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what then. I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys keep me going, and I hate you for it. Anybody have any last words?
I'm tired.
Nope.
I sure hope they're not my last word. Yeah. Yeah.
You're next.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right. So if
That
that's
reminds me
gonna,
of a joke, actually. Like this guy's golfing buddy dies, and he sees his ghost appear to him, and he was like, "Wow, you died! Like, so is there a heaven? Like, is there an afterlife? What's it like?" And he's like, "Well, I got good news and I got bad news." And he was like, "Okay, well, tell me, what's the news?" "Well, the good news is there's golf in heaven. The bad news is we have a tea time Sunday at 4 o'clock."
yeah, yeah.
Mm,
I've heard that one on a baseball team as well.
I kind of a little bit reminds me of a thing in Goodfellas where Henny Youngman is telling a joke where he's like, doctor gave a man 6 months to live. The guy couldn't pay his bill. Doctor gave him another 6 months. Get out.
Or like the Onion headline of basically a class action lawsuit finds against God for like suffering of like all living things, and it grants extra life to every creature on Earth, and that you need to fill out the postcard or sign in on the website to get your 45 seconds extra of life for
And it
being
probably
part of the
takes
class
longer than
action.
45 seconds to fill out the form, doesn't it?
Yep.
Taju korostu. Oh my. Okay, okay. It sounds pretty good, but okay. So what I will then say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.